at komme ind i stedet for at placere på en bygflæser blandt 5-6 markedfirmaer.
Jamen det er fordi...
Okay, can you test? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm unmuted. Is yours unmuted?
I don't know if it's lit. Look.
Good morning and welcome to the first of 4 podcasts today, live here in Copenhagen in the rain. It's typical spring weather. My name is Matthew Jackson. I am the host today, a co-founder of Zero Construct. And today, in the first session, we're going to talk about bio-based materials and circularity. And we have a fantastic panel for you. Introducing first Thomas Kviborg. He is an angel investor, board member of over 4 companies, also interim CEO of bio-based Willow company called Move. His expertise crosses architecture, bio-based building materials and urban development. In the middle, we have Oliver Hansson. He is founder of a startup, Sikli, aiming to produce tiles in Denmark from reused and repurposed materials such as concrete, brick, stone and ceramics. Prior to this, 16 years of experience in construction, practically mainly in masonry and tiling. And furthest away from me is Nikolai Carlsen-Friis, architect at Yaya Architecture, who is a dedicated programmatic reuse geek. Is that correct? That's how I've written it down for you. Working primarily as a project manager with focus on recycling strategies and circular building processes. So welcome this morning. Thank you for giving up your Saturday morning and sitting with us with a huge crowd. It's so early. Everyone is hacking. This is the thing. Everyone's kind of getting on. So, but let's kick off. I think at top level and framing it quite nicely. Construction uses a huge amount of material. It's one of the most using industries in the world when it comes to volumes of material, and a lot of it is raw. A lot of it is fresh. A lot of it is new, mined out of the ground, and very, very harmful. So I'd like to start, let's start with the gentleman closest to me. Just kind of tell me, for you, in your work, circularity, bio-based materials, what does it mean to you and what are you trying to solve in your problems and in your work on the subject?
Well, I think my interest for this was really trying to help decarbonize the industry. So really trying, you can say, with the perspective of keeping within the planetary boundaries, how can we do that in terms of the material we used, also improve biodiversity. But I would also say the more I really come into this, I also seen from the, you can say, the sector's perspective, I think what we're trying to solve is really also to future-proof the industry. With the scarcity we start to see really on a lot of, you can say, the raw materials for the more conventional products, mineral fossil-based products. So I think that is, to me, more and more what we're trying to solve, to make sure that we also have the materials that allow us to continue to transform and build in 5, 10, 20 years ahead.
Fantastic.
Circularity is sort of, in a literal sense, a matter of keeping the materials that you've put into the loop, in the loop. And I will be producing tiles from waste materials, which will be concrete, bricks, natural stone, ceramics, production, process and demolition waste, and thus put it back into the buildings. That is sort of a small part. Volume-wise, it's not going to make much of a difference. But as we talked about, this is what people see. Tiles are an aesthetic choice, and if people can see and feel that reused and repurposed materials are worth considering, it might, make the idea of circularity in all take root in their mind, and thus make a bit of a change beyond just the product I have and the contribution the product itself has.
So more small scale, I like it, very good. And finally, Nikolai.
Yeah, so obviously for the last 60, 70 years we've been building unhealthy, both in terms of looking at the planet, but also maybe in some terms of what materials we use and what chemicals we use and so forth. So I'm interested in how we can balance it out and how we can start building in a clever and more healthy way again. So obviously we need to stop depleting our planet's resources, and we need to start building less, and we need to start reusing more. So our building practice needs to change, and I'm super interested in how we can do that in a clever and sustainable way.
So, I mean, I think we're talking about materials, and I mean, and one of the big thing about materials is choices and people. Either having the appetite to make decisions on maybe a new material, or even understanding that there is an alternative to your standard bricks or concrete. So I want to start with talking more about the people aspect and choice, and that is sort of like who in kind of an innovation of new materials. If we have a new phase of materials coming along, there's lots of startups. We don't see a lot of new materials in a more of a scale-up or kind of mass-produced way. So who do you think should be the driver? Who should be innovating this? Who do you think should be making more informed choices around this subject? And any of you can jump in to start.
Well, I've had a small construction company for 13 years. So I've built for regular people, and my experience is that they don't really have any thoughts on circularity and reused materials and so on, because their picture of it is pallet sofas and such. And so I've never had a client ask me about circular solutions or sustainable solutions or so, because the picture of it, the awareness they have of it, is that it's not really something they would want or that adds value to their project.
Is it still seen as more kind of like the trendy kind of urban bar you go to, and it has some old leather sofas and some pallets, and maybe there's a wall made of, I don't know, old glass?
Yeah, they
think it more as they've
seen projects that are really cool, made out of bamboo and such, but for their own home, no, they don't really consider it. And that's sort of what I'm trying to do with what I'm setting afloat here, is to make something that people will want to choose. It looks good. And that's hard to do with insulation and concrete and so on, so that's a different game. But yeah, I think people need to be more aware of it, and they need to be incentivized on it by, being offered things that add value somehow to their home, to their project.
So if we're talking about, small scale, I think is a good place to start, because the individual person on that kind of your geekified architecture kind of process, are you bringing this into your work, or how are you finding it from an innovation perspective and people?
Well, I'm more thinking about the larger scale, I would say, in construction, and I think there's many points where you can do a touchdown, but I think if you look at the building regulations, they are designed in a way to comply with unsustainable materials, and namely concrete is heavily favored in many ways, and so I think we can do tweaks here and there, and then we can actually change the whole construction business step by step. So what I'm interested in is how can we make new materials a secondary option. We should make reused materials the first option if we have them available. So we need to design our whole building industry so that the reused materials is the natural choice. That's a very complicated process. Many things that needs to be done. But I think there's a lot of good thinking going on right now, and I think there's a push for it. And I'll let you talk, Thomas. But I think we need to look at these tipping points. Like how can we make these tweaks where things which were the norm before doesn't become the norm anymore. Just a small example, like if you have the acoustic demands of concrete is heavily favoring concrete. If we tweak the acoustic demands, then suddenly we can use more wood. And so I know that people are looking at the building code right now to tweak the acoustics. And if we do this tipping point, then suddenly a new world opens. And I think there's a lot of these small tweaks we can do. So it's one small step at a time, I think.
No, I very much agree also that I think that would be a very important driver, trying to change the building codes, the EPDs, the certification, so it's much more accommodating towards the properties and qualities of the bio-based and circular materials. I think that would definitely help. What I've seen sort of the last few years, I think a main driving force has really been very much the architects. I mean, I think there's a lot of curiosity and interest among the architects really to change the industry and how we build and so on. And that, you can say, have some potential for impact, but also is up against a very, you can say, conservative, risk-averse industry. And it's also have some limitations in terms of how you really then develop new solutions and materials. So I think also going forward, we need to treat this as a much more cross-disciplinary approach. We need also to combine architects also with people with a natural science, technical science background. I think people working with biosolutions in other spaces needs to come into this space as well. And then I think we also need across the value chain also to involve much more of the carpenters, the contractors, etc., and bring their knowledge into play, because they are also the ones who can be, you can say, a barrier to the uptake if they don't feel comfortable and can see that this works in sort of the early stages.
Well, I would say, in terms of architects now, you work on bigger projects. In smaller projects, regular people's homes, the carpenter, the mason is the architect that helps them choose materials and so on, solutions. So yeah, I've been sort of an architect in some ways, just on a small scale. But yeah, get a hold of the craftsmen as well, because they're the architects sometimes.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But we need to find craftsmen who are willing to do it, and we are getting more and more. That's the good thing. I think in many parts of the building industry, there are more and more people who are turning towards that approach. And I mean, from my side, these has been rare early on in my career, and now it's super easy to find them. And we also need to design our tenders and all the things that we design the whole processes. We need to accommodate people who want to do circularity.
Very good. So, I mean, you've brought up a few interesting pain points along there. We've talked about regulatory, talked about education, knowledge, people on the ground. I think we'll start with incentives rather than regulatory, because regulatory is kind of a very negative. We talk about regulatory all the time. I think if you flip it around and talk about incentives, I think incentives is quite interesting, because we're not going to talk about a stick. We're going to talk about a carrot. So if we were to think about incentives for people to move to a more bio-based or circularity material, reuse, recycling, what sort of incentives do you think can be placed within the building industry that would make people make those decisions more?
I think sometimes I do see a lot of similarities between this industry and then the energy and the renewable energy industry also in its infancy. So I think it was also fully accepted that there is a need for really support, subsidies, kind of, you can say, tax schemes which can really give the incentives at an early stage where you don't have the volume to be, you can say, competitive price-wise to get an uptake. So I think we also need to look at this within this industry into some kind of schemes, whether it's some kind of tax reduction, whether it's some, you can say, public grants, you can say some debt financing, you can say on good terms, which can help actually create a spark off the industry, and then you can start to get the experience needed to get, you can say, over time uptake, because that is I think incentive-wise, it's also very much related, you can say, to risk. That so far now it's more the more expensive choice to go this way, and it's still with a much more risk. Also, it's more difficult to get your buildings insured, and you never know, I mean, what will happen in 5-10 years and so on. So we need to really unlock this risk. And there, I think if we can find some incentives to whether you are a building owner, developer, that you get some credits for really taking some risk in new materials, I think that could be something we should explore more.
I agree, and in a way I also disagree. I think we have a tendency, if we look at circularity, to look at it as one big chunk, and you have complicated things to reuse, and you have easy things to reuse. And what I've, when I started my career, I was looking at the complicated things, and the older I get, I look more and more at the boring things to reuse, like the recessed ceilings and the ventilation ducts and the floors, all the stuff which are kind of easy. And I think what I'm looking at, how we can look at the merging markets for these easy materials and how we can get them into to the projects. So I think yes, I think it's both easy and hard in some ways.
I think as to incentivizing people, what I'm trying to work with is again aesthetics. And I'm lucky that the product I'm sort of trying to produce here, that is something you can see. And if you make it pretty, people will have an incentive to buy it. So that's really a carrot, if you will. So where sometimes incentives the carrot has to be some sort of tax scheme or whatever, so that people are rewarded in ways for choosing this. Whereas if the tile is nice and it has some story because it's reused, well, that's the incentive for people. But that's not really the case with insulation, for example. So it depends on the material and where in the building it is, what incentives you can give people. And yeah, so it's different.
I mean, is there an incentive coming? So obviously, so Denmark, there's two countries in the world which are leading the way in sort of trying to tackle the carbon emissions and embodied carbons within buildings. It's Denmark and the Netherlands. They're by far the two countries that are the furthest ahead. And we talk about this a lot in Zero, and actually generally across a lot of my work, is this carbon target ruling that's coming, which is we have to use so many CO2 kilograms per square meter. I think it's now 7.8 in Denmark is the new updated rule when you're updating it every 2 years. Is that a little catalyst? It's not an incentive because it's regulatory, right? So it's a bit of a stick. But it is a little bit of a catalyst for people to think about, well, I can't just use my same old concrete. I can't use my same old insulation. I can't use my same old glass. Like, you have to look at it and you have to really think about your supply chain and the materials. And it affects small houses and it affects huge buildings. It's going to be across the board. And that's coming in slowly. Are you starting to see potentially that could be a way for people to really start thinking about the materiality of what we build, because you've got this so many kilograms per square meter of CO2?
I think it will over time. I think currently with, you can say, sort of you can say the limits now you have, it's still fairly possible to with conventional materials to keep within, but it will change when you set sort of next targets, I'm sure. So it has of course sparked a huge interest and an understanding for the need to change. But then I think it's also very much collide with the building codes, bygningsreglementet. It collides also with especially our fire regulation, which is extremely, you can say, heavy in Denmark for new materials.
Well, they have that problem right now with the new Fire Safety Act in the UK after the Grenfell disaster, is that it actually collides with another part of the regulations. So you have to pick fire or sustainability right now in the UK. So you have the same thing here.
I think we have the same here for sure, and that's also why you see relatively, you can say, few new Danish-based materials compared to what you see coming out of the Netherlands and Germany, because they have a home market which is more accommodating for getting new materials on the market than what is the case in Denmark. So I think that's something we need to be highly aware of in Denmark, that we also follow up. Yes, it's a good first start with the targets we have in our regulation, but all the other systems and processes has also to accommodate that target. And I know there is an understanding for it right now when we are looking at the revision of the building codes.
I also think there's both a CO2 base which is going hopefully lower and lower, and so this will promote CO2 low emission materials more and more. But there's also a cost of the materials and resources which is could be more fluctuating in these times. So you could say that namely the bio-based materials and the reused materials, in a kind of wishful scenario, they are more price stable, and they will, over the long term, they will probably be able to be more attractable than virgin or mined materials. There is a kind of constant supply of reused materials, whereas we now see a lot of problems with getting sand and gravel and so forth. It's already becoming a problem both nationally and globally. So I think we need to prepare for a time where these materials has to be taken much more serious than they are now, and I think people are slowly waking up.
I totally agree with this, because as I said initially, I was also going into this field because you can say that the planetary reasons, and thought they were the main drivers, and also the targets were the main drivers. But I really come to see that it is really much more about resource scarcity on the conventional, you can say, materials and raw materials that will drive it just in the medium term. And I think also these days we talk a lot of resilience. And we can now see that if this, you can say, crisis is going on for long, it will really spike the prices of conventional building materials. And to the extent that we can transform much more to locally sourced, locally produced, bio-based circular materials, I think we have a much more, you can say, stable price, and certainly even with, you can say, lower production volumes, they would be price competitive. So I'm very optimistic due to that situation, basically.
I mean, I quite like if you think about the public discourse on what has happened to architecture over the past 30, 40 years. And I'm a recovering architect, let's put it. I don't do architecture anymore. But you just think, like, you walk around any city, there is a ubiquity, commonality in how we build, in that a lot of it's steel, a lot of it's glass, a lot of modern housing has also kind of standardized itself in a way where you may not really know what part of the country or even what part of Europe or part of the world you're in, because housing or buildings becomes very the same. And we're picking up that local materiality, that local aesthetic, which comes from, using a more circular, bio-based. If you look at how we built, even just 50 years ago, you could really tell where you are in the world by the facade, by the internal finishing. We all love IKEA. At the same time, IKEA has made everybody's homes look very Scandinavian and very kind of white. So the idea of this materiality, this circularity, is very interesting on this side, from a global kind of people reclaiming what I would call maybe some local identity on a small scale, like because I know very little about small Danish houses, to be very honest. With the materials that you're producing as well, are they stylistically, aesthetically Danish in a way, like they're identified that way, or are you just absorbing what material you can today to produce products?
I wouldn't say it's stylistically Danish. It's the tiles that I'll offer people. They are what they are. Everything is, they are the material that I can source. None of it is crushed and recast, and I can't design it in that way. I can curate the materials I can find, and that's that. I cut that material, and I've had a lot of different things on the table, and I cut it open. Some of it does not look very nice. Okay, nobody will buy it. But no, I can't really design anything else than the shape of it, and then it's just the material as it is.
So out of interest, then, because we're going to segue slightly quickly, how are you finding supply of the material? Is over the past few years, is the availability of material to use going up, going down? Like, how do you get standard day? How are you getting hold of this material to create something new?
From buildings, building industry, it's production waste, it's process waste, it's demolition waste. So it'd be contractors, architects who have projects where they install thousands of square meters of tiles and they have cutoffs. For example, tabletop companies, they have cutoffs. None of it can be used. Sometimes plates break, and once it breaks, the value per square meter is so low that with the existing production capacity, you can't cut it up for tiles efficiently enough to be sold. But yeah, it's everywhere you have materials that are waste. I have sort of a deal with IBF. They produce pavement tiles and concrete, and they have production waste that doesn't meet quality control. So I get those, the pavement tiles, and they have excess concrete. When a truck comes back, it often has excess concrete. I can cast that into blocks, color it, and so on. And so I have to reach out to sort of everybody. I need a network as big as possible to source these materials. And some of it is scarce. I can get 20 square meters of that natural stone, and that is it. So curation, network.
It almost
sourcing.
sounds like art in a way, because it's kind of
curation.
Really, you're curating based on what you have, which is a massive issue if you want to mass produce this stuff, because you basically...
I have a limit on volume, and it's different, depending on the material.
So that's kind of like reuse. I want to touch very quickly on bio-based on your side, Thomas, because you have this this organization that creates material from willow, which is a very thin tip.
Well, it's the bamboo of the you can say the European part, but it can actually it's grow very fast, you can say, and also give a thickness like this within 5 to 6 years.
So what are you doing? So what's different? I mean, also explaining for the audience that are listening, the difference really between kind of a circularity recycled material versus what you guys are doing on a more start that sentence again, shall I? A more bio-based approach. How is it different, and what's the process of producing a bio-based material?
Well, of course, depending on the kind of bio-based material, for sure, if you are, you can say, the very hard construction wood, of course, this also takes many, many years, and there we also need to be very careful in terms of first looking towards circular solutions before also trying to bring these virgin materials into play. But then there are, you can say, crops which is either side stream from, you can say, agricultural production, or whether it's, you can say, crops, woods, which is extremely fast growing, like willow. And there you really also have the advantage, you can say, there is some biodiversity advantage on how you can fertilize and grow with a very minimum impact. But there you really also get the chance to, you can say, really bind a lot of carbon. So the full question of carbon sequestration is certainly also an issue. So basically you can actually store a lot of carbon here and now by trying to use much more bio-based materials like willow, for instance. So I think that's one of the huge advantage of starting to look towards a crop like willow, which is so fast growing, because I think that is one of the big issues, also talking about tipping points, that we very quickly can come to decarbonize and take carbon out. And that you can do by using that kind of material. So you actually have buildings as a way of storing carbon.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. We had a pod, I think a couple of years ago now, where we were talking about carbon capture. And I think we all agreed that the whole carbon capture industry should just spend their money on trees. Spend your money on trees. That's what you should do. You don't need tech. Just do trees. Go ahead.
I'm just curious, what comes out, what products comes out of the willow, and how is it used in the construction industry?
I think there's a lot of opportunities, actually, also because the hardness, you can also use it for some kind of, you can say, more construction part. But so far we've sort of started using it for also some acoustic solutions. We are right now starting to test more, you can say, on boards, OSB boards, other boards, where you use also the fracture into it. So instead of using that for biomass for energy, then you start to use them for boards. You can also use them in for you can say frames for doors. You can use them for some facade solutions where you use the entire, you can say, willow stock. So there's many ways that you can actually use willow.
Very cool. We're going to tell you a little bit more about material supply chain. So, I mean, I've been going to construction material shows for years. And always in a very nice corner of these big conferences, you get these little stands, startups that are producing something bio-based, something which is from circularity. And one that always sticks to my mind, which I just want to kind of play out and kind of discuss, I think, more as kind of regulatory perspective, is that in Scandinavia, we put all our milk, yogurts, we drink a lot of yogurts for breakfast, which is a very Scandinavian thing, in these cardboard, plastic, wax, 1 liter boxes. We don't use plastic for milk, everybody in Scandinavia, right? Which are actually very not recyclable, right? Because we've kind of glued layers of stuff together. I think I've seen 3 different companies who are using that material. They're compressing it to make an alternative to gypsum. Yeah. Precisely, right?
Yeah.
But I've never seen any of these companies been able to really scale up. I've never seen it used on a building site in real life. You go on, just go. What's your thoughts on this?
I think some of these products, they are promising, but they are still in a startup mode. And, I don't want to put any shade on Rekoma, but we tried to use them in an early phase, and we did some chemical testing on them, and they didn't fully comply with our demands. So, and the problem is, I don't want to throw any shade on them. Maybe they are solving these things. They are probably doing that. But I think a lot of these startup companies, they are startups with all due respect, and they are still, in many ways, we are learning. But when we as architects demand products for a large-scale commercial project, often they don't comply with the rules and the demands, and that's a problem for these companies. And that's why we can't scale them up at the moment. But I think they need to learn, and then once they have learned and their prices go down, then we will embrace them.
So are they struggling because it's too hard? Are they struggling because it takes too long? Are they struggling because they lack capital? Like what's
all of the above?
All of the above.
Yeah. So I think they are competing against a system which is very well established, and which are very entangled in all the demands and so forth, and knows how to deal with them. They have large organizations helping them comply with the rules and demands. And so many of these startups, they with acoustics and like when you have upcycled products and so forth, they need to be super good at knowing where do they source the materials, what are these materials clean and so forth. I mean, all of these things, they are still learning, and we have to give them a chance, and we have to talk to them. But what I've learned is that I spend a lot of time, my hours, on trying to get an upcycled product in a project, and then at the end they fail because they cannot document themselves. And so I think they need to up their game, and they are upping their game, but I think that's some of the challenges we have now.
I mean, just ask ChatGPT, right? That surely is the solution to all problems. But no, I think it's a really good point.
In terms of that, what I'm doing here is it's not really hard to meet the requirements, because I'm just cutting up bricks, concrete, pavement tiles, natural stone. None of it has to comply with chemical rules about chemicals, fire, whatever. It already does, as it's already been in buildings, or it has been produced under controlled environments and so on. So I don't really have these issues. But you can't produce.
But you have to convince me that the tile that you have, or you take down, that it hasn't had an asbestos plaster. Blah,
testing,
blah, blah.
of course.
You need, and I'm sure you can give me that. But a lot of these manufacturers, they can't give me that.
No.
And then I spend too much time talking to them, so they have to professionalize. And
I'm well aware of this and have given it much thought. I will have to be able to test it, and sometimes there's a difference in how risk-prone materials are. You know, bricks on a building, not very high unless there were PCB and the caulking. But they already test for this. Now, I have an issue with pavement tiles that have been on
Not always.
Not always, but...
I'm sorry to be such a party killer.
But I will, of course, have to have that in mind. I know that. I'm well aware of it. But that's my only issue in regards to that, is that I have to test if it has harmful substances in it.
But my point is there's no maybe or I'm sure they have. It has to be. I'm certain they have. I'm not saying that
I know.
But that's what I meet. A lot of people saying they're argumenting. I don't care about arguments. I need documentation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's why in this, for me, production and process waste is a lot easier to document in that way. And to start with for example, pavement tiles. Cut up into small grey terrazzo tiles. I will have to start with process waste or production waste. Newly produced tiles that did not meet quality control, because they can give me papers on what's in it. Whereas if I take the pavement tiles from a parking lot, I will have a hard time proving it. And that's sort of, if I reach a point that I know I can test all of this continuously and prove that there is nothing in it, well, I will maybe be limited to production waste. So, yes, it is an issue, but...
I think my point is that I'm saying you as a kind of, let's call you an upcycler, you have to make my job easy, not hard. Because when if I present a product to my client, they have very good advisors, and they will test the shit out of it before I get it in the project. And then often I meet upcyclers that makes my job hard, and that gives me a risk because I don't have that many hours to use on a given product.
And this is because purely you need on more larger projects. Everything has to pass because it has to pass insurance.
Also small projects, but namely larger professional projects where, I want to embrace all of these new products, but every time I spend an hour on them, I spend one less hour on something else.
Yeah, of course.
And so I have to. It doesn't look good for me always when I work with these complicated materials.
Thomas, jump in here on the regulatory kind of part. How are you finding this with your advisory, the bio-based, the VC stuff? Are you finding that this is also a big uphill battle, or is it a bit easier on the bio-based side?
No, I think that is also an uphill battle. I think it's starting, you can say, also with the kind of test and documentation you need to go through. It's also very much related to what's in the building codes, how you can, what requirements that you will have to new materials. It's very expensive to get these tests, much more expensive than for the conventional products. There's also the point on, for instance, the EPDs, that I don't think they are, you can say, fully owing justice to also some of the properties you see in the bio-based materials. You can say most of them are produced with, you can say, much less energy intensive, and there you can say conventional products can also get, you can say, their carbon credits to get good EPDs and so on. So I think also from that point of view, I think there could be more support to gain on, you can say, the bio-based products. But I think so that's one part. But I think, and it's of course something which makes it, you can say, lengthy and expensive. But I think the major issue is really when it comes to the uptake and to convince also, you can say, investors, building owners to take a little more risk to test out some of these solutions once they have passed the test and documentation. And we are... because it takes too long as it is now to get the uptake so you can really start to mainstream. Yeah. Because then I think there's a good schemes now also in Denmark funded by Realdania and others in terms of 4-to-1 Planet, where you have a lot of, start to have good knowledge and pilot products, but there is also still a big lap from that point on to really the big uptake to the big projects. And there I think we need some solutions which is industry based and so also with the involvement of the insurance companies and others. How can we as an industry perhaps take a little more risk and take it or share the risk in this transformation?
I agree, because we're in a bit of a chicken and egg, like with everything situation, where there are good ideas out there. There are fantastic startups producing some fascinating materials, bio-based materials, circularity-based materials, and people going, well, I can't pick your material because you're going to take 6-9 months to get that volume to me, so I need you to scale up first. But they need the orders to scale up. We're in that situation of people need money to scale up, but at the same time, to make orders, you need to scale up. And going back to what I was saying before about the carbon stuff, I mean, the municipalities have to pass their own laws. I mean, municipalities are running their own projects. They're building schools, building hospitals, building roads. They have to. So I'm hoping that it's going to come from the public sector more so as a leader, because they kind of have to pass their own rules, and maybe the government will incentivize them. We have a very big audience, and I'm wondering if the audience member has a question for the panel before I ask the final question. Anything from you, Michael? If yes, I'm going to run the microphone to Michael. There we go.
So, fantastic conversation and very good input and perspectives. My question is, what can the project owners do right now? What can the owners do in their requirements that they put forward into their projects in order to, drive some of these changes? Taking the risk on board, but what should they do in their requirements, in their contracts?
Over to Nikolai first. But you put your hand up. You were keen.
Yeah. So just. I think one thing is crucial is to have an early dialogue with your client about what's their expectations. You have to make sure you are aligned. And then if you talk about circular materials, they can take some of the risk from the contractor. So, but that's a different topic maybe about the insurance and materials and the longevity of materials. But I think the client has to be open to accepting a bit higher risk with some of the materials, like in traditional terms, because you can ask yourself, if let's say a metal sheet has been on a facade for 30, 40 years, well, any problems, why wouldn't it last 30, 40 years more? And so there's these things that we need to kind of readjust our way of thinking in terms of, let's say, longevity of materials. I don't know if that was an answer, but that was my point.
Anybody else want to add to?
No, perhaps also try to. So I understand this is a very much, you can say, short-term focused industry running project from project, but I think also a lot of, you can say, investors, contractors, asset owners also need to perhaps, given, you can say, the scarcity of conventional resources, start to perhaps see this in a more long-term perspective and perhaps enter into a little more strategic cooperation and partnerships with some of these startups, and then find good ways to, within their portfolio of projects, starting to test out where it makes sense and where you can also manage the risk better, instead of just looking at project by project. So I think that's also in the interest of, those who are preparing for the long term, so they can actually prepare themselves for also having the availability of materials just 5-10 years down the road.
Anything from Oliver on that?
I don't know. So we talked about stick and carrot before. I think maybe stick is needed first in order to force them to take a little bit of a risk, and the capital that comes from there can maybe address some of the problems with documentation, development of products, scaling, trying to address the price point issue as well. But that may require some stick initially in order to be able to feed them the carrot later.
To quote Ola, who's your next host, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a stick, it's a baseball bat. That's basically what's being hit. In final comment, just kind of my little final kind of round, and we'll start with Nikolai and work our way forward. If there is, you could click your fingers, if there is one thing that you think the industry should absolutely 100% categorically change over the next 5 years, regardless of money or complexity or whatever, what would you really want to see change? It can be this, it could be something else. It doesn't.
Only one thing, demolition stop.
Demolition stop.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I have a story, but it's too long. It was,
It's about maintaining our resources.
Yeah.
That's also in the demolition stop philosophy. So it's a very broad thing, but I think this idea of seeing our materials as a pool of resources, I think we should start doing that.
There was very, very, very quickly before I come to this, there was a building that was one of the first awarded, it was quite a long time ago now, kind of, by a long time, 5 years ago, it was awarded zero carbon building. And then I asked the panel, but there was a building there before. Silence.
Yeah.
Because there was all that carbon kind of disappeared and went somewhere. Thomas?
No, I think for me it's also a mindset issue. So I would very much like there's more, you can say, curiosity and also a little more risk appetite to try to test out new ways of doing things, new materials. Because there's also huge risk in not testing this out, because then you really face the scarcity in not a too distant future. So I think the industry in itself has to, mindset-wise, be able to think differently.
Thank you very much. That is 45 minutes. It goes super quickly. So thank you all for joining us on your Saturday morning. And for those of you who are hacking, good luck. We will see your presentations tomorrow. And if you've watched the live stream, thank you for joining us. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Woo.
Yes, welcome everybody to our little panel discussion, to our podcast here, a rainy Saturday morning in Copenhagen at the AEC Hackathon. We will do a little panel debate. It's a concept inspired by Michael Knowles of the Daily Wired. But no worry, it's not right-wing conservative topics that we're going to discuss here today. We're just using the concept. Basically, the concept is yes or no. Everybody here has a yes or no sign, and I have some fast-paced questions I will ask you, which are a little bit controversial, and I ask everybody to take an opinion, and then we'll have a short discussion before we move to the next question. I'm sitting here with Mace Ali from NNA. Mace is the manager of engineering data, and NNE is on a mission in AEifying and digitalizing one of the biggest engineering consultants in the Danish construction industry. We have Jakob Gulbrandsen of Gulbrandsen Tech. Jakob is a BIM consultant working with clients in Copenhagen on the BIM implementation and BIM execution. And then we have Mikkel over here. Mikkel is the new head of Contact Lab and has a long history of digitizing architecture companies, also in the in the Danish industry. And then there's myself, Ole Berard of Molio. And I'm on a mission pushing digitalization into the construction industry for almost 20 years now.
Hey.
But let's get started. I have 15 questions. Maybe it's okay if we don't do all of them. But I have 15 questions, 15 controversial questions. And the first question is BIM already dead, killed by AI, before it's ever delivered on its promises? We have Mikkel.
Oh, that's nice. We have
Mikkel has yes, Mace has no, and Jakob has no, and Mace says yes. I'll give Jakob the first shot.
If BIM is dead, then I'm out of a job. No, I think BIM is here to stay. I think it's. It would then just transform into something else, but BIM as we know it, I think will stay a little longer.
What are you saying?
Well, working with BIM for 12 years, I don't think it's ever been alive. That's a good point. And I think if you take into consideration the lengths architects will go to not to work in BIM, but work around BIM and integrate Rhino and try to integrate SketchUp into the decision making. I think it's a nice tool, but it hasn't been implemented in the design chain.
Yeah. Want to add something, Mace?
What? Just try to read the question again.
Is BIM already dead? So it's AI basically.
Yeah.
The question is
and
AI,
I think I said yes, not because of course it's not dead, and it is there to stay. Of course we have to model and visualize our buildings, but I think around 7 or 6 years ago, a lot of companies believe that BIM is going to be used for almost everything, and all our data should be there, and I don't think that's the case, and I think that's a good thing. Yeah.
One thing that's the next question here. One thing I have been wondering a little bit about the last couple of weeks is if whether construction professionals, the contractors, will they be better off ditching BIM and letting AI go and going back to drawings and documents and letting AI do the work?
On.
You all agree?
Yes.
I will take the yes position.
Okay,
if you
okay.
take the.
Okay. No, I don't think they should, and I think and I feel very strongly about this. I think we shouldn't use AI to compensate for a bad value chain and bad data governance. I think we need to shift away from taking poorly governed BIM projects, printing out drawings with errors,
and handing it off to contractors and people on the building sites. I think we should do better, but it should be a system rather than fixing an old knallert, fixing an old moped, tuning an old moped. Yeah.
The reason I would say yes is that we are. I mean, contractors never get the value out of BIM because it always comes with a disclaimer. And what I'm actually seeing around in the industry currently is actually contractors are very eager to build stuff on top of documents. So they are building what's called tender engines. They are building risk analysis. They're not building coordination AIs yet. I think that's going to be the next thing. And I'm also seeing that it gets easier and easier for an AI to visualize a drawing. So I think from an industry perspective, I agree. From an ideal industry perspective, I agree with you, Mikkel. We shouldn't do that. But I see from a contractor perspective, it could be tempting to let AI do the information seeking and the coordination work.
But somebody has to feed that AI with new stuff. Like in order for it to be better, there's somebody who needs to feed it.
But I will agree in the sense of the BIM interface has failed, and I think the interface for people receiving that knowledge should change. So I partly agree. A drawing is not a bad interface, but the way it's set up now doesn't work.
Let's move on. I mean, what we have seen lately in the industry. So Cloud Code, Lovable. We are seeing all these vibe coding apps, and vibe coding is getting much more accessible, much easier to do smart solutions. So one thing I've been wondering about is whether vibe coding will make Autodesk, Nemetschek, Graphisoft, all these big SaaS players, will they be irrelevant in 5 years? Because we see an ecosystem of much smaller, more customized software vendors. I give Jakob the first shot.
Like having worked at a company with a strict IT policy, the whole bottom-up implementation, I'm not going to see. Like that was in Danish terms a big company. In global terms, it was a tiny company, and having huge companies pan away from having an Autodesk solution, like one-stop shop, and then have like lots of smaller things. I'm not seeing that. So I think Nemetschek and Autodesk will have a place in the future. Have they lived up to the BIM promise? I don't think so.
Have they lived up to the AI promise? Not yet.
Not yet. No. Yeah.
What makes you say yes?
I mean, I agree there is a lot of friction, and I also agree that there's a lot of bottom-up innovation, and there's a huge pressure, innovation pressure in most companies. I think maybe the time frame of 5 years is I don't know if it's too short or too long. Who knows what will happen in a year? But I do think we'll see platforms, data platforms, structured data platforms as a service that you build on top of. So you don't have the data governance and the and security issues as much. But I think we'll see a shift in what the big players will do if they can do it in time. They have set up MCPs for a lot of their services at Autodesk. They have been just close to release as betas for quite a while now. Yeah.
You want to add, Mace?
No, I pretty much agree with Mikkel, but also believe that we are going to see a shift in Autodesk and all the construction solutions out there, because they have to adapt into the AI. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to survive.
I mean, you almost answered the next question. I'll ask it anyway. So, will construction companies, and here I'm thinking not the NNE kind of construction in the companies, but the smaller companies in the industry, will companies that don't have in-house developers or don't have AI engineers or AI builders or what we are calling that, if they don't have that, will they be out of business in 5 years? I think commit me. That's the easy one, but you get the chance first this time to argue why.
I mean, no, of course they'll not be out of business because they need like manpower to do stuff. We cannot just replace everything with AI. So I think the smaller construction company, we cannot do without them. But I also believe that they need to have the resources and the capabilities to understand the AI.
But do you see them develop their own? Do you see an architecture business of 20, 25 people or a contractor of 100 people? Do you see them develop their own solutions?
I think they need to, because there will be demands from the clients. Yeah.
Who did... Jakob?
Yeah. Just seeing what have happened since, like, is it 4 years ago, the first ChatGPT?
3.5.
3.5. And what was the scope? 5 years?
Yeah. So it's a
and where we are now? So yeah. If you have not implemented at some level, you're just going to be run over.
I think there's a like a funny aspect of timing here, because over the last 3 months, coding has become accessible to everybody who has an idea and who knows where data exists and what you can sort of connect, what problem you want to solve. And I think anyway, a lot of the innovation that we see in many of the companies is bottom-up innovation, and there will be bottom-up innovators, young people graduating from different schools at small companies as well, and they will be as much able to do it, and maybe they will even have less friction in the small companies because they have they don't have an AI policy, they don't have cybersecurity. I mean, I actually think they will survive. I think a lot of the big companies may have a head start, but I think the timing and the friction in the building industry slows everything down anyway. So I think they will survive, and I think they will be more capable designers. Yeah.
What I think is interesting currently is seeing smaller companies actually start to develop their own software. Mikkel and I saw this guy who has got to develop an AI-based cost estimation software, basically for an infrastructure company with 200-300 employees. So not very big, a revenue of a couple of 100 million crowns. So a quite small contracting company that suddenly starts developing their own software.
We did a course a couple of weeks ago where this guy he took measurements of sewage pipes, and then he put it into Excel and worked on the data there and drew it in AutoCAD, blah blah. So he asked, why couldn't I make an app that could do this? And but why don't you try to ask Claude? And then he built an app that could take the points and make the XF drawings he could use for his digging machines. And he was just a guy basically coming off the street with no programming experience. It was really amazing to see how it enables everybody.
Yeah.
Next question. That's a good one for Mikkel especially. So, will AI make the architect redundant on standard building types within the next 5 years?
Sorry.
Will the architect be redundant on standard building types? So, what's it called? 2-3 blocks residential projects.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, let's start the control. I think that it's such a funny question, because when architects are talking to each other, we ask if the engineers will be replaced by AI. So I think everybody has an idea that it's all the other guys that will get replaced by AI. I think the problem with early stage or feasibility is that we don't make any money as architecture companies, at least in Denmark, from that type of work. So if it can be more efficient and more holistic, I think we would appreciate it. what the grunt of the work architects do happens in the later stages anyway. So I see it as opportunity. I think things will shift in the industry, but everybody is going to be affected. The whole value chain. I think changes in the value chain, that's going to be the big change, not architects' work.
Why did you say yes?
Just to disagree, I think.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Of course, I don't think AI is going to replace the architects completely, but I don't think the architects can survive without AI in the early stage, because I think AI is becoming their best friend of the moment.
Yeah.
If you compare like what you were able to do before AI, right?
I agree.
So yeah.
So Jakob, are you going to push a little bit more on the yes one than Ace, who's folding a little bit over here?
I think there's going to be projects where, like, where people will seek out to replace architects with AI. Is it going to be pretty? I don't know. that is up to the viewer. But I think we're going to see projects where at least it's going to be minimal impact by an architect.
I think
it's already happening.
I think we've already seen that contractors and developers going together, cutting out the architect. And I think that what's it called? That will continue, and we'll see more of that, and people will try to use AI to replace.
Yeah. But I think the best people to create and utilize those tools will be the people with domain knowledge. And I think if you look at the building industry from the outside, I think a lot of the startups and even big companies that create like SpaceMaker or Forma look at the value chain and see the weakness at the feasibility study and the sort of the easy system to recreate in a software. But I don't think they've gained real traction yet, because it's just so much more complex than reducing it to volume studies and automation.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced yet.
So is AI regulation in construction, or I mean in general, so is AI regulation slowing the AI progress down in construction?
Repeat that.
Is AI regulation, like the EU AI Act, is that slowing progress down, especially in construction? Who didn't get? I think Jakob, it's a long time that he got the chance to start.
There is a little bit. I have not delved into the EU AI Act too much, so there's a little bit of a disclaimer there. But I think, besides that, some companies are limited to only you can only use Copilot or whatever. I don't see a limitation yet, but that could just be from my perspective.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think yes, but I also believe it's a good thing because there's some ethical things that if we just use AI for everything, I mean, I don't think that's a good involvement. But yeah.
Mikkel?
I completely agree with you. I think it does slow it down, but I agree that it should be there. And I also think it's an intelligent piece of legislation, to be honest. But I think that's the cross we have to bear in Europe, that we try to implement it with a high moral and ethical standards.
Yes.
But I think there's so much friction when it comes to AI implementation by decision makers, by IT departments, by the value chain, by contracts. So there's so many other places we can look to reduce the friction. And I think AI is ready. We just need to remove the friction from the industry. The technology is there. It's ready.
I think, and that is a very personal topic. I think there's a part of security, of cybersecurity, of IT security in that here that is also important, and that is because suddenly everybody's a hacker.
Yeah.
Everybody has his own server running on the company.
I mean, we are in Molio. We are providing software, and employees and collaborators and everybody is trying to hack us currently, just because if in the best meaning, just because they figured out how they can use Claude for, just because they figured out how to use Claude for hacking. So I think we have a big problem currently that an average programmer, not even a programmer, an average IT interested guy suddenly has a tool that is able to find security vulnerabilities. That required being required being in a Russian hacker camp before. Next question. So is the construction industry simply too stupid to adopt AI before it's too late? Don't face. Okay. May says yes.
I say yes. Of course, we are not stupid, but they said no, so I had to say yes. But also, I also need to say that it's not because we don't want to adopt AI, it's not because we don't want to be digitalized, but it is because it is really, really complex. It's a really complex landscape. We are a lot of stakeholders on different levels that need to collaborate. We don't really have a standard way on structuring our data, because most of it is not data, it's basically document-based files, right?
Manually.
Yeah. So I think that's why it's still really difficult. Yeah.
I think that AI is going to power the persons in a company that are capable of adopting it, and then the other persons who are not capable or do not want to, but have the knowledge needed to not be replaced by an AI, is going to be empowered by having that colleague that can help them out. So I think, no, I don't think the building industry is too stupid to adopt AI. I just think it will be on a much more granular level.
Yes.
Have a different take, Mikkel? Or?
Yeah, no, it's the same take. But I think a lot of the hacks we see at hackathons and a lot of the work that is done by computational design departments in the big companies is sort of addressing some sort of technical debt or organizational debt or missing data governance. I think that's a problem we've tried to fix in the industry for so long, and I only think the capabilities that come with AI shines a light on those problems that we haven't fixed. Yeah. Now the potential just keeps increasing and increasing, but we still haven't figured out that we shouldn't rely on paradigms for manual inputs in digital systems and breaking off data deliverances between participants in the value chain. So I think it's just sort of increases the technical depth at the moment. So we're not stupid, but we haven't changed in 20 years.
Work in the way we used to.
Yeah.
Which actually leads us to my next question, and that is construction data so poor that we are training AIs to make the same mistakes as we always were making, just faster?
Let's fail fast.
It's a tricky question, actually.
May you explain why it's a tricky question?
Can you just repeat it, please?
Is construction data so poor that we are training AI to make the same mistakes faster?
Yes, I think so. Because I think it's two different things. Because one thing is, it's so poor. Yes, it is, because we don't really have data. I mean, it's yes. Question is, the answer is
Jacob.
Is the data so poor? I don't think. And I may be wrong here. At some point, we may be able to use AI to train AI in a sophisticated way at architecture companies. But I don't think we'll just pour all the knowledge we have of historical buildings into a soup and expect it to make new buildings for us. I think it'll be much more integrated in systems, using the new capabilities we have for creating software to create new systems using AI in much smaller bits that work specifically with parts of creating buildings. So I don't think we will look at like a data pool of old buildings. I think it will be much more sort of pinpoint AIs that we use systematically. I don't think so. Actually, I don't think that's the great value. Yeah.
No, if you take that perspective, and you might have a point. I think there's a big frustration in the construction industry currently that we don't really have AI software that supports the use cases that we are having, and I think that is very much a data problem. So the reason why software developers get so much out of AIs is because there is so much data. I mean, it has always, for the last 20 years, it has been the practice to put stuff on Reddit and Code Forum and Code Project, and I don't know what all these homepages are called, but there are so many forums where people put their good and bad code up that the AI was able to learn software development. Exactly. I'm still not able to generate an authentic Danish construction picture in Nano Banana because there's not enough data, because it doesn't understand local construction.
No, I don't know what comes first. That either we build a system that works and uses AI to structure our input and create new interfaces, or AI just becomes so good that you can put anything into it and a project will magically appear. We had a fun experience at the course the last time. We've always said that ChatGPT couldn't understand and create drawings, and suddenly it made a situation plan of a shopping center on top of a satellite image. And I was I don't know how it's possible. I mean,
but the problem then is that there's so much private data in construction. So I think
that's also
if we were able to what's it called, train AI on all the big consultants and all the big architects' data, we will get much better AIs. Even though we still have the risk. Is as you're saying, is old data really good in designing new buildings, because we're learning new stuff all the time.
Yeah. But I think that is sorry if I may interrupt. I think that is a very binary way to look at it. Either we have it or either we don't have it. I think there is a huge possibility, a huge probability in the middle where there is a lot of value to be gained. For instance, this past week, I took a BIM execution plan and asked Claude, how does this add up in terms of the rest of the tender documents? Is there anything missing? This is the key delivery for the data that we are going to use for environment calculations and so on, and was able to find all the holes in the entire BIM execution plan. So I think there is a huge possibility in the middle. Yep. I know we have this singularity out here, and we have no AI here, but I think there is a huge, and I think that is going to help us. That is why I said no. I think that is going to help us read the bad data that we have.
Yeah, and it's also not just in the. Sorry, it's not only in the middle, but it's also. It supports all our processes to get into a certain level. Yeah. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's where the quality lies, and I don't think engineering companies, architects should invest in training, huge AIs where you can dump a lot of data. I think it's much wiser to invest in creating systems and raising the quality of your work. Yeah. Structuring inputs, lifting BIM execution plans up to a level where they can be machine read or compared to your paradigms or whatever. Supporting processes like that, I think that's where the value is.
Which actually leads to the next question. The perfect segue. So is it the bad data governance? Is that the reason AI fails or under promises, fails to under delivers in construction? You need to turn around. Mace is the only one saying yes.
I believe that data governance is really, really important, and it's something that we don't really talk about that much in the construction industry. First of all, because we don't really have data. Again, it's a lot of information. We are a lot of stakeholders. So data, it's transition all the way through the whole life cycle. And it's really difficult when you take data and have to do analytics or reports to actually point back and say, who owns this data? Who's taking responsible of this? That's something that's really difficult right now. And I think ownership is really important if we need to build anything on top of that.
I allow one of you to answer.
I took the word last time, so.
I wholeheartedly agree with Mace. I think you're completely right. But I also think that we have reached, when it comes to data governance and expecting humans to input data in a structured way, I think we've reached the frontier of what we can expect. I don't think we can raise the quality of human inputs until we start creating systems that and different interfaces that make the input. So I agree, data governance is a barrier, but we can't raise the quality of our data governance with the old way of doing it by creating quality systems or teaching people to create good data. It has to be. It has to put into systems. I think
it has to be supported by tech. Definitely agree. Yes.
Exactly.
So let's move into cybersecurity. So is the construction industry sleepwalking into a cybersecurity catastrophe? Everybody says yes.
Jet fueled by AI.
Exactly.
I'm glad we had a whole session on this later.
What are you saying, Jakob?
Currently working on a project with where the contractor had what's called konkurs. Hvad hedder det på engelsk? What is that like?
Bankrupt.
Bankrupt, yeah. And having an issue reaching that data and seeing how much time it takes to recreate or find that, and how much money that cost. Having a project being held in an iron grip by, I don't know, a North Korean or Russian or whatever hacker group is going to be catastrophic for that project. So I think, and we are using the amount of persons that I've been added to Dalux projects or whatever, which is like funnybanana@gmail.com or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
There is so.
Yeah, exactly. I've been there. Yeah, and I was
You've
just
also met Funny Banana at the email.
It was not Funny Banana, but maybe something else. But I've been on a few construction sites where I've actually been responsible for some collaboration platforms. And I must say, no one really talks about cybersecurity, and I saw a lot of different weird stuff on those platforms that definitely shouldn't have been there. So I don't think there's enough focus on that area.
Which brings me to the next question. So is the biggest threat sitting in our own supply chain and not in the hacker basement or the Russian hacker farms?
And the risk being being hacked, for instance?
Yeah, I mean hacked for cybersecurity breach.
Yeah,
so one thing is being hacked. One thing is industry espionage. Or something like that.
I don't know.
I hope he doesn't.
I was hoping you weren't agreeing, especially
well, I
with
can
your
disagree.
reference.
I don't. I'm not even sure if I understand the question, to be honest.
No, I think the question is, what is the biggest cyber threat? Is that our supply chain might take our data that everybody has access to everything, might take the data is in an do you call it in the industrial espionage, the industrial spy thing, or is the threat, as Jakob was describing, taking data as hostage?
Well, totally not based on fact, but only like a gut feeling, unsupported by any real knowledge. I think the biggest threat is something equivalent to a company going bankrupt and the rest of the team not having access to whatever CDE or I think that's probably the biggest threat. But I would say that's more of a governance problem
But
than
that's also
cybersecurity.
more supply. That's also more supply chain risk.
So that's, I would guess those are the biggest. I mean, threats that are linked to our processes and the supply chain. I think those are bigger. The others are kind of, I still pinpoint security threats that are of course relevant and may become even more relevant with the cyber warfare and whatnot. But I think that's probably the greatest. That's the money
why
maker.
haven't the construction industry seen major hacker attacks yet? I mean, I know of a few smaller hacker attacks of construction companies, but why haven't we seen that what's it called? That Eastern European or Asian attacks that holds a major kind of data hostage?
Because they don't understand what we're doing.
They look into our systems and then they just see an IFC file that's totally sort of with wrong
They also
parameters
don't understand the
missing
complexity.
stuff. Like, they already have enough problems. Let's move on to Novo
Take them
Nordisk.
2 hours to open the BIM file.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just like, oh god.
Don't kick a person that's lying down. Oh, it turns out they're not making any money. Let's find someone else to ransom.
What do you believe, Ole, could be the biggest threat? I mean, what's
I
the
mean,
worst?
I agree that it is in the supply chain. I actually believe we underestimating what already is happening. I think we're underestimating that people know much more about buildings and also the what's it called, the buildings that should be more secure. And I believe we will see some things in that industry spy thing. Where it might be Novo, where it might be military installation, where it might be forsyningsselskaber, or what's it called? Where people actually are already are in control of physical drawings because they are a guy somewhere in the supply chain that had access to all of that stuff. But we are not able to relate that yet, or we haven't seen the consequences of that yet.
We're still living in a society that's based on trust and relative peace. So I think there are some weaknesses that can become really critical if that changes. That's a good point.
Yeah, sorry. So do we need more? Should we have more regulation? Should we have a more strict cyber regulation for the construction industry? What are you saying, Race? Yes, more regulation?
Based on what you're saying, I mean, yes.
With the scenario you just...
Why are you saying no?
I think we should just enforce the rules we have.
Let's
try that. Yeah.
I mean, I would also say I would say yes if I go into that discussion. I'd say yes, also for the reason because the only times I've seen the construction industry actually act on anything, whether it is sustainability or digitalization or worker safety or anything, it has been through very strict
requirements,
very strict regulations.
Yeah,
that's true.
You're right. I changed my mind.
I mean, you're ruining the concept.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Which leads me to the no. Actually, we have a few minutes. Are there any questions from the audience? You're just putting the audience on the spot.
Well,
and please use a yes or no question.
Now you tell him.
No. Go ahead.
I know you're smart enough to.
Well, do you agree that there might be too much focus on AI right now? Right, that people are kind of getting distracted. It needs more time to mature. Things like that. So there's kind of like this, we got to use this ingredient, and no one knows what they're using it for.
No.
You can't change. Why are you saying yes?
I think it depends on if it's for a company or for the people in the company, because I think when it comes to the individual, it is a thing, and there's a big demand. But when it comes to the company, it's actually, I believe it's a bit difficult to find the right balance and how much to adapt and how much to try on, and it's really difficult to regulate. But the demand is coming from the individual, and then we're trying to find the right balance within the company, if that makes sense.
I think the group here lives in an AI bubble. We are talking about AI and AI and AI. I think there's a big part of the industry that doesn't talk enough about AI. And to me, it is a little bit like with the cell phone. If you didn't have a cell phone or if you didn't have a smartphone for the last 10 years, and somebody would hand you a smartphone now and says, work with it, you wouldn't have an idea what to do with it, because you didn't learn about Google Maps, and you didn't learn about what's it called, DoorDash and online banking and all that stuff. So I think I believe it's important, even more focus on AI and getting people on board, because I know the use cases are not completely clear yet, but you need to get on board to be ready when AI is ready.
Yeah, I feel so. I have mixed emotions about that, because I've just been, realizing all of my small ideas with Claude Code over the last month or so. So I'm not at a position where I can really sort of say, but I can answer with a cliche. I think we overestimate the short-term effects and have a too high focus on just implementing it, just using it. But I think if we don't start
you want to ask
getting acquainted with it, understanding especially how you can connect it to other data points, APIs, or at the hackathon we typically see a lot of the teams connecting to environmental data or data from municipalities, and you can already do so much with vibe coding at this point. So.
Final question.
Sorry, yeah, that was too long. But, thank you for the question.
I'll try the yes or no thing. Will the AI development, will it push a very old problem in the construction sector about data? That is, it's always been a problem to share data, but also to analyze data in a learning manner. Or will AI just, like you said, repeat the problems again very fast? Or will we actually be forced to look into these old problems about handling data and learning from our experiences?
It's such a hard question, like the other questions. It's such a dilemma, because either we fix the data so we can utilize AI better or get more value out of it, or we use AI to structure our historic data. And I guess both answers are relevant.
Haven't you been on a project where out of the blue, a person who is just like an Excel guru just comes on? And the amount of information that you can get out of the project with a person who knows that is just like, can you give me all of the different rooms that have X, Y, and Z? And you can just get it like that. Right now we have a tool that can do that. Like, you can put bad data into it, and then you can ask, can we do this? Or do we have sufficient whatever? And then you can get an answer pretty quick, and you can say, okay, please, like, look at what other information you have. So I think, like, the whole like bad data discussion doesn't really concerns me that much, because now we have a slave that we can just use to understand all of that bad data.
It's already a great use case for AI. For instance, scanning your receipts when you go shopping. I will do it'll scanning your receipt when you go shopping, and using AI to structure the data and putting it into a system. It's a great use case for AI. Already exists in a lot of applications, and it could just as well exist in our design authoring tools, that you take bad input and structure it according to the paradigms and whatever.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Please, quick answer or skip.
Skip. I agree.
I have a slightly different take also, maybe also reformulate your question in my head. But what I'm actually seeing in AI is finally the opportunity to learn across projects, because the industry has really struggled with learning across projects, and I believe AI can help us with that, both in helping us with keeping track of the mistakes we are making, and maybe also helping us reaching the right conclusions from the mistakes we are making again and again. And if we also a little bit in control of the data that we're feeding into our AI, then we might finally build a learning system that helps us improve. I think we're out of time.
Actually, no, I'm going to jump in because I can. Very quickly, so it's not an AI question, it's a data question, especially around governance. I've been listening to reading a couple of articles. When we look at companies who already have installed some level of governance, let's not say if it's good or bad governance or not, but they have governance internally within their companies, because the way that technology is now accelerating because of the AI thing. Do you think there will be a splitting of the industry of those who can accelerate and run ahead, and those who cannot and will fall behind and potentially go bust? Everyone is saying yes, apart from Ulla. So I will go to Ulla on why you think no first.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a completely no, but I stop at the so I say no to the bust thing. I think there will be a splitting of the industry, and there will a certain group of companies that will not be eligible for a certain time of projects, and then I actually see that as a good thing, because today you can start a little contractor company and you can start build high rises in Carlsbergbyen if you just get somebody who gets you what's it called, who hires you for that. And that is maybe also part of some of the problems that we're having, that our system is in that way. So I definitely see the division. I also see that our industry is so vast, that we're building so much stuff, and that we're building so much stuff on different levels, that I think in general terms there also will be room for the AI insufficient people. They will just build much more simple stuff, and then there will be an AI elite that will build the more complex and the more bigger stuff.
So yeah, I mean, who has good governance? If you build a plane, you need to have good governance. If you work with pharmaceuticals, you have to have good governance. If you do software development, you have to have good governance. If you don't, you die. But we haven't died yet from having bad governance in the building industry. So let's imagine that we can.
No, because there's always.
We are everybody's pretty much dying.
There's always there's always a developer that will hire you for building.
But it's a really bad business. I mean.
That will hire you for building what's it called, 500 Bolia 500 residential flats.
Yeah, which leads me to so who needs good governance? If you work with industrialized construction, you need good governance, and you need design processes that match your fabrication processes. So they need good governance. So why have they died? They have died for instance because they don't have the flexibility to adapt to certain places or design criteria. If they have too much flexibility, they die. If they have too little flexibility, they won't get bored. So imagine what you could do if you had 100% AI-assisted data governance, and if you could build what systems could you build on top of that? How much more sophisticated system could you build on top of that? I think it may enable those that look at the complete value chain to build something that can challenge the way with the traditional value chain of today with segments. That could be a consequence of AI-assisted buildings or governance or data structure.
Yeah, you could also create some pretty good benchmarking. So, but yeah.
Some final words on the question or on something else?
I think no.
No, so just continue.
No, just final comment from me. I think it's going to take time to have good structured data and governance, because again, it is really complex. But I believe that we can reach that point in the future, hopefully the nearest future with the help of AI. So let's see.
Yeah. I think the ease of use is so much different. Like imagine first time you opened Revit. That was just like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Like,
And it only gets worse from that. Actually, it's downhill from there.
1 million buttons, and AI is just like it's just a prompt. You just write whatever you think. So you meet a lot of people all the time when you are on site that says, I cannot work with. We use Dalux a lot here in Denmark. Like, I cannot understand it. Like, you can scroll Facebook. Like, of course you can use Dalux. And the same thing with AI. Like, I cannot do it. Okay, you cannot type. Like, please, come on. Like, you have to be able to reason and type. That is what you'll be able to do. So, yes, if you completely ditch it, I think you will be left out. But I think the amount of companies that is going to be left out is going to be, I don't know how many, but I believe it's going to be not that many.
Final or maybe also overall comment, Mikkel?
I just thought I had the really nice closing remark in my last remark.
Okay, no more closing. No more closing.
No, that's the closing remark. I think you're right. The biggest sort of short-term change will be the interface will change, and design authoring will be more about domain knowledge. And I mean, going back to the arts of cultural heritage, empathy. I hope that'll be the sort of the entry ticket for design authoring, and not understanding the finer nuances of shared parameters and building families in Revit. That would be a nice start, I think. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
It has been a pleasure.
Yeah.
And
Likewise.
Thanks, everybody, for listening.
Hey guys, I hope everyone's having a good hackathon. Also to the people who are maybe watching us online here. And I'm looking forward to seeing some of the projects. Might come by also tomorrow for the judging round. But I wanted to touch on a topic that, it's close to home for me as an interest, and it's, I think, kind of, it's interesting for a few reasons, like that it's a hackathon, but also that I was really happy to see that later on there's a talk with SH Group and with Secure, formerly F Secure, which are like some of my, I'm like a little fanboy of like Finnish cybersecurity folklore and all of the things. But it also kind of comes from some pretty worrying, like real life stuff that I see in the sort of work that I do. So the title I gave it today is Hacking the AEC Industry Before Someone Else Does. Just a little bit about Graph, and also kind of some of the network that we're part of. We're actually based here in Blocksub, so mostly I sit at home, especially since last year when, at least for a few months, I had fostered some cats, so it was way too comfortable to just sit at home with the cats. But yeah, you can find me down here sometimes. And Graph is a specialist consultancy and technology firm. I say that we work with applied AI, so it's not necessarily just like AI for AI's sake, but even like really simple statistical models, but applied in the right context, like super powerful. Platform architecture, so we do infrastructure for companies that don't have development teams, but they might have an idea. We'll build like the entire thing for them. And likewise, if there's firms that have kind of apps and they need to get them out there at scale, we'll also help them that side. Computational design is my background. I'm educated as an architect. I did most of my PhD. I think it's all but dissertation is it's pretty much in the graveyard, I think, to be honest. But there is some hope that it would see the light of day. I did it with Zaha Hadid architects and Arab engineers, focusing on design for manufacturing and assembly of timber structures. Lately, I've been working with cybersecurity, specifically in the AEC industry, and some of the clients that we have, they're in defense R&D. So there's big push at the moment for engineering firms to work on not only their practices and apply AI in buildings and civil engineering, but also in very kind of hardcore. Ensuring that if something is designed, that it has even a strong supply chain with different vendors and so on. And this is where like some of the tools that we use here, and maybe think of in a kind of a computational design, generating loads of different options. It's cool from a performance optimization aspect, but it also has this backside that we don't really think of, which is, well, it actually gives us kind of redundancy as well. We can have multiple variations of things. And some of the AEC firms that I've been working with, last year I had one client where we had 250,000 Revit models, so 800 projects, second biggest client of Autodesk Revit customer. And it all had to be automated because I think I did some napkin sketches and we just couldn't possibly even download all of the data in time. Some platforms that we worked on, Fabrify, which is kind of call it the operating system for advanced manufacturing. Axis, which is a robotic control framework for Rhino Grasshopper, now expanded for different other things. And Graph Labs, which I'll talk a little bit at the end, but it's effectively an educational platform, like massively online courses and stuff like that. So my PhD was in computational design and robotics. Like I said, I worked at some bigger companies, like kind of when you move to Copenhagen during the end of your PhD, right when COVID hits, to live on a houseboat, there's only so much you can write on your own before you I need to go to one of these shiny offices. So yeah, they came along, and Schmidheimer, Les, and Perkins and Will joined there, and I had a fantastic team, worked with them for a while. And then I joined a few startups / scale-ups. So that was Stykke and XBuild, where we used a lot of technologies like highly tied into Speckle and working with Rhino Compute, Grasshopper. And recently, I was the way I present it here is let's say a review of the application for the Danish Military Intelligence Hacker Academy. So this is the computer network exploitation or offensive operations part of the military intelligence. And the reason I wanted to show it is, along with some other tools that I have here today, it's for those looking to think, or let's say wonder into themselves, like, is there any way I could ever get into hacking, or it seems so far away. There's actually these kind of nice case studies out there that you can take, you can have a look, and safe ways that you can mess around with them. I also brought some stuff with me, some goodies. So it's a sysadmin toolkit. I'll show it later, but it works on both Linux and Windows. There should be parity for most of it. It's set up for Kali Linux, but Windows PowerShell scripts work exactly the same, and they can be used to address some of the things that we'll highlight as problems today. Graph is also part of a computational design network of Denmark, which is actually one of the main reasons I wanted to come and present, was to just say hi and for people to come and have a look at the network. Our website is cdnd.dk, and we also have kind of, let's say, sister organizations. There's the Swedish Design Computing Community in Malmö and in Stockholm. And I hope it's okay that I say this on his behalf, but I'm fairly sure that the Computational Design Network of Finland is now a thing in one form or another. And I know there's something in Norway. So we finally have the full Nordic coverage. So if anyone wants to write some really big grant applications with me, that would be super nice. Yeah, so go visit cdnd.dk. We're around here. We're always involved with the events. We just didn't have many people that could make it today. Yeah, so hate to be that person, but we told you so. We've known that we have a cybersecurity problem for years, raised the points, warned, and like a lot of things, like kind of now we're chasing productivity and digitalization. We're making really good progress there, but we're leaving a trail of kind of cyber technical debt behind us. Let's call it that. And these problems were there before, so I'm not here to. Can I say shit? Well, I said it now, so I'm not here to shit all over vibe coding, but it's really good for some things, and it's really, really dangerous in another way. So Forbes article, I can link. I can share this presentation later as well. So 2.74 times more vulnerabilities in AI-generated code, even though humans are not perfect at all. And a lot of it comes down to the fact that we have to remember that we're generating code that's LLMs have seen before. And if anyone Googles Google_platform_API key on GitHub, you will see why it's not good to always have auto-completed code. So basically, it's like the problem existed before. There was a spark there, and vibe coding has just poured gas on it. It's just gone crazy. So basically, what can kind of happen are some of the things that I wanted to talk about today. Of course, insecure code. So you get things like databases where if someone types in something, they can get more than you expect. There's weak authentication. So making assumptions that, okay, if this browser logs in, I'm going to trust that browser for maybe more than I should. They have unverified dependencies, which is something that when you get into developing like real products and software, bigger firms, for example, some financial institutions I worked with here in Denmark, they won't allow you to use any external APIs, nothing. So you develop software as if it never leaves this room and it has to kind of work. Doesn't mean you can't use tools, it just means you have to be really, really thoughtful about what you do. Hard-coded secrets. This is basically like putting your password in the code by accident, like leaving a comment in somewhere. It's really, really easy things to do when you're working fast. And an overtrust in AI. So basically, as I'll demonstrate later, even if you know that there's an issue and you say, go fix my issue, and it says it's fixed, did it create another one? That's one of the big issues here. So it's not bad code. Honestly, I don't think we should try to be the best software engineers in the world. Like AEC startups and firms, all of the really good ones I've seen, they start with a prototype and they put it out into the wild, like they develop it into an MVP, put it out into the wild, and then when it becomes successful, they hire teams of people who deal with all of this stuff. But it's something that needs to be in our minds when we think about those prototypes, because if you're a company who is here this weekend and you publish something that people can log into, you might be taking a little bit more of a step further out there than you think you are. Why are we, well, we kind of know a little bit why we're a bit further behind. We're not the best people to invest in tech and training. We know that, and we're fixing that, I think. Leadership are really good. But the reality for most AECO firms is, for example, they have no CISO, so no Chief Information Security Officer, no security.txt file. I know that makes no sense to a lot of people. It didn't make sense to me until fairly recently. No responsible disclosure policies and no security teams. So when something does go wrong or someone does discover something, it's kind of like knocking on the wall and like who to talk to, you know? You have to kind of go through developers and they're not really sure. And then there's also maybe like no kind of open culture of stuff will go wrong and we just need to be prepared to fix it. It's more like, I don't want anyone to know that there's a problem with my code or whatever. And that's kind of like a perfect storm of like organizationally. And then you take the threat vectors and the actors that are out there. So ransomware targeting BIM. If you think about it, how much you pay for a Revit license, how valuable that model is, how all of the tools we're building now, how much value we're getting out of it. Like one of the things that I've been thinking for years is like, why don't architecture offices hack each other? Like right before a competition deadline. All I need to do is drop a Grasshopper script online, boom. It's like, I mean, sounds. I don't think it would devastate the infrastructure, hopefully, and wouldn't be Stuxnet 2.0, but could definitely wipe out a few Rhino compute servers for sure. Supply chain attacks, so subcontractors, weakest link. This is going to be people who you buy your software from, or basically everyone's out there trying to bring new stuff, trying to do the best thing, but if not always checking for these things, you can inherently kind of, even if yourself are not a developer or thinking that you're responsible for the security, if you introduce something into your way of working, then it can bring a weakness with it. And we're seeing increasing amounts of IoT on job sites, so Fabrify works, we basically work with the digital twins all the time. This idea of a connected manufacturing and construction space, it's kind of like a mix of cyber-physical systems. But even really, really basic things like, I'm so happy that we have like less paper and more kind of iPads and QR codes on site. But again, every little point is some place where something can go wrong. And also, just to raise this one, AI-powered phishing. So I don't know if anyone's I've knowingly opened a few sketchy emails just because they're like so convincing. Like I kind of do it in a sandboxed way, but People are really starting to figure out, this person works at this big firm. If I send and it's all automated now, so it's like the logic would have been in a phishing email, how can I sound like that person's boss, and I need access for this third party. Now it's just happening, and a lot of people are falling for it. So I wasn't sure whether to do this. I'm going to take a nervous sip of this. Just pre-workout, not whiskey or anything like that, as evidenced by the blue color. I wasn't sure whether to present this, but I actually kind of have a live case, which is really scary. So I'm going to read it, just a quote, like, during a routine technical review, we discovered a critical vulnerability in a production platform operated by one of Denmark's largest AEC firms. I modified the revenue figure down so that it wouldn't be identifiable, but it's way over 15 billion per year, so it's a big firm. Just we'll come back to it later, but the sort of fine that we could be looking at is 4% of revenue, so 80 million euros, expensive week. CVSS score, basically 1 to 10 score of 1 is like, probably Notepad is not going to open effectively. 10 is like, they have my credit card, my identity. Like, it's an 8.5 is pretty bad. I mean, that's estimated, I should say. This hasn't been released. There is a CVE involved, which has a score, but if you would put this in line with other kind of vulnerabilities, it's up there with bad. Again, no CISO, no security.txt, no responsible disclosure policy. I'll come back to those at the end. So basically, this is what it looked like to me when I kind of spent an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours on it. The architecture was with a React front end served through a CDN. Behind that, we have a managed Postgres database with an auto-generated REST API. So that says I have an application that gets distributed throughout the world through different servers effectively. And each of those, they have access back to central database through endpoints like /users, /projects, /bottles, /tables. And then if you have permission, you get back that information. I shouldn't be able to go to Tesla's website and type in api.tesla.com/cars and get the full details of a model. I'm not authorized. And I should highlight that doing so is also in itself not authorized. Like you need permission to test people's systems, but this kind of came out of like general use of the application, realizing, oh, wait, something is wrong, and then taking contact to them without talking publicly. It's called responsible disclosure, and it's again later in it. So what's critical about it, row-level security is absent on the core user table. I suspect that there's many more than 1,000 users, but PowerShell just said, I'm not going to give you back all of the users because there's like 1,000. You asked for one. So basically, one API call could get me like the entire database, and that's just the users table, right? Then you can pivot to other tables and stuff. On top of that, we're kind of stacking stuff, which is when stuff gets again a bit scary, because the AI will start to tackle this stuff in priorities, right? And if you don't have enough thinking power, or you don't give it enough tokens or whatever, you just it looks like it's fixed, and it's just that one thing that's still left, and that's enough for someone who's been looking at your system for a while and knows the other weaknesses to like take it and turn it back into like a big hammer, let's say. So there's credentials exposed in the client-side JavaScript. That's not good. That's high, but it's not as bad as the one before. Something that's medium is like JavaScript web token. So basically the key, I actually had this analogy that's coming to me now, but I had an experience recently where I had to give an estate agent a set of spare keys because they were showing people a building. And I realized that on the spare keys that I had been given was the address, and how stupid that was. Because if I lost them on the metro or something, it's like, well, there goes everything, which isn't much. Please don't target my home. I don't have a whole lot left to give. At least leave the laptop, like have mercy. And then we go back up to high again. You can see there's this one missing that I had to admit. But basically, again, not trying to help this firm, but not like dig too far than I should. There was suspected gaps on additional tables. So that means even though I'm a user of this platform, I should only have my account. Now I have all user accounts. Well, I should only have my projects. Probably I have all projects. I should have only published stuff, but I have non-published stuff. So you can see how far it goes. And just this quote is a bit scary, right? Like, I'm talking some technical stuff here, but the exploit required nothing more than removing a filter parameter from a standard API call. I didn't actually add anything. I just deleted stuff. You could almost do this by accident if you were lucky enough, which is kind of what happened here. So the blast radius, how big is this specific case? Again, I limited all of the numbers to anonymize it a bit, and I went with the conservative levels. But we have full names, emails, bios, and through a table pivot, hashed passwords for over 1,000 users that I know of. It could be way more. Regulation, GDPR. So from day one, there was a 72-hour notification window. And by the time I realized that I hadn't heard back from the developers who did implement a fix on the Monday night, but didn't respond to me, then by the time I responded, like, hey, analogy I've been talking about it is like, if this is all your data and this is a gate, like a kind of a shoddy gate, on Monday we realized that the data was behind the gate with the open padlock, and they locked the padlock. And then I realized on Thursday I can just take the gate off the hinges and just like walk in beside it, right? And so my reaction was like, oh shit, you guys know it's still vulnerable. But actually, in not having a CISO, in not having security policy, I fear what this company doesn't know is that they've actually missed a window for GDPR regulation to notify that they had a data breach. And now we're into territory where this will become a case. Like, this has to, I think. And that's why I didn't really want to give the presentation. But I kind of felt like, fuck it. If there has to be... Oh, now I said, fuck it. I've upgraded my shit to fuck. We're going CVs up here. I was like, if there has to be a sacrificial lamb in the industry, I'm willing to take the hit. I've done it before. I'll do it again. So the potential fine, its bottom end is 80 million euros. And again, this is like one API call. This is just user data, GDPR. This isn't reputation damage. This isn't legal costs. It's not cybersecurity costs. Like, even to just patch it now really quick would be super cheap, but still a cost, right? So yeah, they attempted a basis patch on Monday, found another critical vulnerability on Thursday. And yeah, this is a platform. All platforms are built on trust and open collaboration, and vulnerabilities just undermine that. You can't do this sort of work in this industry without trust, right? So what they should have done, and this is maybe, don't worry about getting it all down because I can share the slides. So one, row-level security from day one. This means like basically always check that the user that is trying to access something has permission, one way or another. Whether you do it with row-level security, you do it a different way, always check. It takes so little energy to check. In the server-side configuration, obviously don't publish any keys. We get into some technical stuff with proper security headers and so on. That a lot of that was in place, but could have been better. And what would have been really nice is a responsible disclosure policy, because when I realized the seriousness of this and realized which firm it really was that had this, I started looking around, like CISO, security, cybersecurity, like Control F on their website, like at the end of the day. Couldn't find anything. So there was nowhere to like go to tell people that something was wrong. So I took contact through a personal contact, and you shouldn't really like, that's kind of, I mean, the industry, I'm not like the best hacker ever, but luckily I know some people there. But there's firms out there that are doing, let's say, white hat, blue hat work, where they might find security vulnerabilities and want to help you. So at least make it easy for them to contact you. They will look for security.txt or CISO, etc. They could have scanned security, automated security scanning in their CI/CD. This is continual integration, continual deployment, or continuous deployment. So basically like GitHub Actions. You push to main, little bot starts scanning and says, hey, there's a key here, hey, blah, blah, blah. Plus, I know on the database that is used, there would have been messages screaming at them like, RLS is disabled, orange flag here, red flag here, AI agent telling you, fix this. Listen to them, like, even if it feels like overkill, like a lot of this talk kind of feels heavy, it's like, it's hackathon and stuff, but that's kind of the issue, is that when things go and you add more features and stuff is out there in the wild, this stuff is so far forgotten. It's like, who was on database? I don't remember. Like, it's running, don't touch it, don't break it. So regular penetration testing, it's a little bit more like ideal scenario. If you have a product, find a company like Graph is kind of, we have credentials, but we're getting certified and stuff. But for example, a company like WithSecure or something, someone who does this stuff for a living, like the cost of having them look at it briefly, it's going to pay itself back over. And yeah, contract a CISO even part-time. So it doesn't have to be someone, if you're like a 10-person company and you think, a tenth of my salary, probably a bit more on cybersecurity, and like, no thanks. Or maybe putting that hat on someone else. But really, even if it's a few hours every few weeks, just to check, okay, what tech are we using? How big or how much data are we really responsible for? Clients' data and so on and so forth. Yeah, so I mentioned at the start that, how do you even, if you're interested in the offensive side of it, like how do you even start to think about this stuff without, I mean, people talk back in the days about the forums and, chat rooms and people sharing tools and all that stuff. It sounds a bit sketchy, but something that came up recently that was interesting was the Danish military intelligence. So this is the offensive group. So the top 1% of the top 1% of hackers. They opened the Hacker Academy for the first time in 6 years because Denmark now has a permanent high cybersecurity threat, which means like it's serious for this country, like with a big target on its back, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. And they put out a task. So the practice assignment, I'm sure you can still find it online. But basically it was a web app that was served much the same as the case that I described. Much older tech, that's kind of like a hint. It's like, okay, if it's Debian 7, you should know immediately there's X, Y, and Z things that are just going to work on it. In the same way that you update your Windows, because Windows December had a big security patch. If you're still on Windows December, you can just go straight in the door, right? So pretty much like identified like structural vulnerabilities persisting despite full credential rotation. So some of the stuff that we're talking about here, in this case, you can see that that's handled correctly. But then there's other things, and if you're interested, it's a really nice toy problem, I would say. So when you start to approach like a task like that, I have a GitHub repo. I'm going to publish it at the end of the talk. I just need to I put in like a disclaimer and also kind of a warning, like some of these tools you really need permission, and I'm just trying to highlight them a bit better. But I also, off the back of this assignment for the military intelligence and the thing this week, I decided I'd put together kind of like a blueprint for a cybersecurity course, and I think a good amount of this I'm going to just release it. I probably won't have time to like record the videos myself, but I've generated like presentations, course content, the speaker notes, let's say. So if anyone wants to fund it with a few credits for voice generation or run it on their office PCs over a weekend, we could have a nice little course together. So if we talk like tools for this sort of thing, when you get into this course, one question you might have is like, well, how do you get something that's hackable? Like, do you just take a laptop? You make a hole in it? Like, what do you do? There's something called Metasploitable. So Metasploit is a big database of exploits. So that means I'm inside a network, I'm inside a computer. Metasploit has all sorts of tools to, basically you can run commands that'll say, hey, this port has this service on it, and by the way, Metasploitable has this tool that you just run it. And it's like, I imagine it's not far away from auto-completing the attacks, right? But likewise, they also have something really cool called Metasploitable 2, which is basically a virtual machine. You spin it up, and it's kind of like the military intelligence one. But it's got like way more known, documented weaknesses in it. And I think they keep it pretty up to date. So the idea is that it's kind of like a laboratory for a weak system, and then you can see what some of these attack routes look like. And again, it's on your own it runs virtually, so you're not messing with anyone's sites or anything like that. Kali Linux, which is a Linux distribution that by default comes with all the goodies you need to start doing this sort of stuff. And you can run it on Windows Linux subsystem on Windows. How did they get WSL? Windows subsystem for Linux. Yeah, WSL too. Yeah. So basically, and yeah, also capture the flag is something that you can Google if you're interested. It's more like getting into this sort of things, but through smaller guided exercises online. So that forms part of something that I spoke. I said I would speak about kind of Graph Labs and some of the things we're doing in terms of online platform, like an education platform. And actually, this started from like a computational design place. This didn't start from a cybersecurity place. And it started from a story of a friend of mine who ended up coming to work for us. And she had her portfolio. She had really cool education from the States. She had like some skills, and she wanted to know like how can I highlight things better, or how can I hear better responses back. And when I looked at the portfolio and I looked at the skills, I saw much more than kind of the application letters and so on. So I thought about something called Atlas. It's just a working name right now. But basically it's AI career development. Career development AI would have been a much better title, but now it's said, for the AECO industry. And the prototype right now, it's basically like you can tell it, I want advice on applying to this job role or whatever. You put in the job spec, put in your CV, your LinkedIn, and your portfolio, and it tells you like where you're weak, where you're strong, what are things in your portfolio that could be shown, highlighted more. So basically, it kind of gives you feedback. It does practice interviews, which is kind of cool. So it'll ask you questions about for example, computational design. About if we talk about AEC cybersecurity, for example, it'll start asking you some questions for that. And yeah, it's all domain specific, so it's not just going out there and fetching some random response. It's like kind of curated content. That's where the kind of quality part of it is. But the cool thing is that the entirety of Atlas itself is also auto-generated. And I tested this by getting a very clever engineer friend of mine who works at the Dance Hydrologic Institute and speaks on stage with like NASA people and stuff like that. He's like a CFD wizard, and I was like, "Hey, what if I run this? Like, what do you think of this this course?" I was like, "Yeah, it looks legit. All the materials, all the questions, like all of the section summaries. It's all good." I was like, it took about 4 minutes to generate that. It cost me a fortune, but. But yeah, he was pretty amazed that it was hit the domain like right on the head. So I'm actually hoping that through Atlas and maybe when I have a little bit more room, or maybe some people that want to work on it with me, we can actually kind of go in and generate this nice these different curricula for this gap that we have, which is cybersecurity in AECO, but also we can revisit some of the base computational design, Rhino inside Revit, whatever it might be. So yeah, so this, yeah, nerdy, precise, encouraging, allergic to hype, coming soon via Graph Labs. Let's see. So yeah, that's a bit of a slide mix-up, I guess. But yeah, computational design, data-driven design, generative systems, applied AI and security. So 1 or 2 last slides, like for the hackathon participants, enable row-level security on every table. If you're using managed database backends, like if you're using like a Google Cloud Platform solution, or if you're using Superbase or Vercel, some of the plugins for Vercel and stuff like that, just follow the instructions there. Don't expose API keys or secrets, and that's easiest done by just I think GitHub annoyingly took away their free security. Maybe if your repo is public, it'll do it, like a security review. But otherwise, just get an agent or Copilot to run and just check that stuff for you when you push a commit to main. If you're a company, it would be really nice if you add a security.txt to your domain. That goes if you're putting an app out on the internet now. It can say, we don't have anyone, this was a hackathon project, there's no real data behind it. But then at least if someone comes across it and gets a bit worried, like I did, maybe they know, okay, it's not really a big deal. Just don't forget to update that if you do become a company. Gets like 10 million euros or something. Okay, let's skip for... So don't trust AI-generated code. I mean, this is getting harder and harder to believe. I'll be the first to admit that. And I mean, I generate a lot of... I don't write 16,000 lines of code in a day. Like I'm pretty good, but I'm not that good. And if I did, there would be tons of mistakes in there. So it's... When you need to move at the speed that we do nowadays, it's inevitable. Just be skeptical of it, especially when you're dealing with stuff that's got to do with anything that touches users, profiles, projects, the data that might be inside them, even if it's like, for example, an update function or something. If it has the potential to introduce like a, hey, I'm this person, can I have this sort of question? Just double check the response. And then like, yeah, just test your own app, like open dev tools, check network traffic, try removing filters from API calls. And yeah, you can be sure that if you build it, someone will try to break it. So make sure you try first. Little shameless sales, how Graph can help. I guess this goes for, this is kind of sales, sneaky sales, because it's also free this weekend, I guess. If anyone does want some help with just the basic security assessment of their app or architecture review. Like I said, we do other stuff. We're not a cybersecurity firm by any means, but being very cybersecurity interested, we have more tooling than most. And we offer, like, something we do without Atlas, without the Graph Labs is, or as part of Graph Labs, but commercially is we do train developers, leadership teams, and that can be very high level stuff, like what sort of tools, if I bring them in, what benefits can I expect, and what sort of risk am I introducing to my company? And it can be on a development level. Like, I see a lot of people that are actually teaching agent-driven development now. I don't know a lot about that, but that's kind of the point we're getting to, where these workflows are becoming quite specific, and there's so many different things you could plug together that actually there is a little bit of a benefit to having someone who says, okay, these are 2 or 3 versions, depending on if you want to stick with Microsoft, whatever, that we're going to go through and then show you the benefits and pluses and minuses. And then, you get all of the benefit of the community and open source kind of aspects of Graph. So we always like to attend these events, and I can't state enough how much I like to answer questions as much as I have time. So even if it's in the future, just shoot me a mail or do whatever. Grab me if you're interested in the topics or something technical. Like, I don't start building as soon as I get an email. I'd rather help people with some small stuff, and if the collaboration goes well, then we can talk further. So basically that's it. Again, just cdnd.dk is the computational design network. So there's people from Big, Ramble, COE, Link.io, Jan, our foreman, and Matthias. They've been doing a lot of work there. And we had the Rhino developer meeting here in BlocksHub last year, and we've got some events planned. We would have had one recently, but the hackathon is in everyone's calendar this weekend. So keep an eye on that. And I'll take questions. I'll be around. We have loads of time. And I guess one thing I wanted to do was, so our website, as you see it, is Graph Technologies. Must have cleaned my graphtechnologies.xyz. It's a little bit of a weird domain, but fits with the nerdiness of what we do. And basically, either here you can send us a message on Google, phone, social media. Down the bottom there's a message form, and you can connect with us on different formats. A little bit of info on this different services, but this is definitely due an update. Just one of those things that's always tomorrow sort of task. Okay. I think I'll cut it there. So thanks. And this is the tool that I'll find a way to send it to send it into the Slack for the weekend. But otherwise, it's private now, and if it's not on, it's called Supershell or Supersheller, something like this. So it might get renamed, but it'll either be on my GitHub or the organization. And you can kind of see there's a bunch of tools here for detection, forensics, hardening, recon, working with the Defender, system tools, tasks, updates, some stuff there that's relatively useful, and some shortcuts to make it rememberable in any what way, as well as a bunch of related docs. yeah, so the idea is to make this a little bit more accessible, and then release that as like kind of a base to start with. But as I mentioned before, and just underline it, if it's not already here and the online version is, there will definitely be like a disclaimer sort of file. You just check it, like run it on virtual machines only. Don't go pointing some of these tools at any website, because I'm pretty sure people like they know like when it's a serious threat or not. But yeah, you don't want to get an email from whoever is going to send it to you to say, yeah, we didn't like that you were trying to poke our ports on our app. Okay, I don't think we have any questions, and if we do, I think we can take them afterwards. So we'll wrap it up. So.
All right, welcome to another episode of the Zero Construct podcast. We're broadcasting live here today from Bloxhub. It's the annual AEC Hackathon where people from architecture, engineering and construction converge on the Nordic Center for Sustainable Urbanism. And basically, we have a set of conversations going on throughout the day that will reverberate, I think, not just for the weekend, but for the weeks ahead, the months ahead, and actually all the way through to next year's hackathon. Because we're going to dive into some really important topics here. We're going to talk about PropTech in practice. We're going to talk about moving from tools into transformation. And joined with me here today, I'm super excited. We have two well-credentialed, basically international experts coming to join us. And then basically, first up, we have Mette Marie, originally engineer by training and now the CEO of Zaptec. And we'll hear a lot more about the work that you do. But let's just say it's something that has voltage in it. And then secondly, we have Anders coming to us, the CEO and the founder of Property AI, a fast-scaling software as a service platform that's basically disrupting the property industry right as we speak. Let's just quickly dive into it and just hear a little bit more about the tools that you are working with and how you see transformation. So if you could just briefly set out why Zaptec and how is it both a tool and a route to transformation?
Yeah, but Zaptec, we're producing, designing and manufacturing EV chargers for electrical vehicles. And I've been in the business for more than 13 years, where in the beginning it was only a tool, so to speak, or an outlet. Whereas now it has really increased also with the EV. Now it's integration with the grid, with the energy companies, with properties, with buildings. So it's not standalone grid anymore. So this is really a transformation.
It's a transformation of the energy system. And could we add some numbers? Like, are there more electric vehicles in Denmark now or less? Is it increasing? Is it decreasing? How is this all moving?
It's crazy. It's increasing. I think 9 out of 10 sold cars is an electrical cars.
All right, so 9 out of 10.
So this is really a crazy development that is happening right now. We have from the fleet, we have of passenger fleets, it's only 17%, and which is more than 500,000, but we expect actually 1.5 million within 3 or 4 years.
Okay, wow.
So we need to run fast.
It's fast-paced and fast-moving. That's great.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about basically Property AI and both as a tool, but also as a route to transformation, right? And also perhaps something that can take a wider look than we used to think of mobility as one thing and then property as another thing, but it seems like they're converging and they're converging fast, right?
That's true, yeah. So I'm a founder of Property AI, and it's an AI platform that helps the built environment to maintain buildings. I mean, we are in a situation where data is scarce and it's not really available. So we thought, we really wanted to apply AI to something that could be meaningful for property owners. So we built Property AI that can predict the health of buildings, that can predict what CapEx do you need to deploy when to make sure that you keep them healthy, and also how can you decarbonize the buildings. So that's what we have done. And we're seeing a big uptake. I mean, it's the built environment, so it does go slow, but we're seeing an uptake in our tool, and pretty cool that we're 3 years in and already at profitable. So that's super cool. Being in our situation with that, and converging into electric vehicles and also what the powerlets that you're working with. I mean, we're seeing everything being electrified, right? So making sure that we also provide a tool that can help making sure that we also maintain the installations that are being done.
Mm-hmm. Great. And just as a follow-up there, could you add some numbers? Like how many buildings are there in Denmark that could potentially basically need a maintenance plan and a development plan ultimately to take it into the future?
Yeah, so you could say we built our platform from actually harvesting data from about 12 million square meters, 55,000 buildings, but the potential are millions, right? And going to Germany, I mean that's about 22 million buildings that we can potentially harvest there. So that's also a huge market for us. So the market is big, and I mean, the annual market for just actually understanding what maintenance needs to be done is about 7 billion in annual recurring revenue. So that's the market we are looking into.
All right. Okay. So that's we're basically talking about fast-moving markets that are developing really fast, and basically also, I guess, an element of if we do this right at this point, we can have some compound effects down the line, and which also means that if we do it wrong at this point, it could have quite significant effects. For the buildings, it's about 30-40%, depending on how you count with regards to CO2. And of course, once you start converging with mobility, there's a risk of double counting, but there's also a risk of not taking account of how they can basically load balance between them. So there's a lot of really exciting opportunities that we will dig into. We're here together for the basically the Zero Construct podcast, and we're going to basically be talking about where PropTech is generally reshaping development. When it comes to property, also operations and investment. We're going to talk about how many digital initiatives basically struggle to get off the ground, and also the organizational, commercial and governance barriers that basically hold some of this back. And then how integrated data ecosystems can support better decision making. And then basically also, maybe if we have time, a little bit about the emerging business models that are basically being reshaped through AI and so on. And we basically couldn't have better experts for this set of topics today. So we're going to dive into it. I'm going to add up front, though, a little bit of data. We have hot off the press, the Danish PropTech report comes out once a year. That's why it's called the annual Danish PropTech report. This is the 2026 edition. And it shows that 75% of companies in real estate, it should be said, have increased digital usage, but only 14% have reached the truly transformative stage. And that's kind of a puzzler, right? So people are investing more, but actually not quite reaching the transformation, right? And that's back to the title of the discussion today. How do we move from tools, and in some cases, tool fetishism, so to speak, where it's like, ooh, that's exciting, so ein Ding muss ich auch haben, as the Germans would say, into actually something that will transform and actually change the industry for better, saving human hours, potentially, but also saving CO2 and energy and so on. So let's dig in. If you think of the developments of the last year or so, what really stands out to you when it comes to your customers? Are they expecting the same, or are they expecting something different?
It's super interesting and very related to your business. They are all asking for home management, energy management system, HEMS or SEMS community energy management systems. The energy companies in Denmark, they are all looking into this also vehicle to grid, how you can control your heating pump, your car battery, home battery, solar panels. It's so exciting, and that's where we're moving to, but it's a lot of integration, a lot of standards. It's complex because there's also compliance. You have the energy grid is very fragile, so you have to be very careful.
Yep.
Sometimes I think there's too much regulation, but of course I'm not a specialist. But this is what we hear from actually just charging a car. Now the car and mobility has to enter into the system, into the grid system and into the home. And one of the things I'm very passionate about, and I've been always, is it started up, it should be easy to charge your car. It should be easy to use your home energy management system in your building. It should not be something with 1,000 apps sitting. It should know my physical state. If I'm hot in my age, if the window should open by itself, my car should charge when the energy is cheap, and so forth. This is my ambition, and this is my passion. But I think we have a little bit of a way to go, and we need to talk together. This, we cannot be silos, and that's what I see. You have your business and property. We have the energy, which has a lot of legacy working by themselves. Now we have to make partnerships, and this is one of my really. What I'm passionate about. I've been in a few EU projects also, or projects by the Innovation Fund or whatever it is. I think this is the way to go. Make projects.
So basically, it's about convergence, right? So how would it just make it live and real and concrete here, right? So if you two were to basically integrate live now, make an announcement this afternoon, what would need to happen? What were the preconditions for tool providers to actually become part of a mesh, if you were to use that term?
I think it's about a common language. So finding a way to actually understand so the system can speak a common language. I think that's that's the biggest sort of hurdle that needs to be to overcome, and understand how data from energy management systems actually can be interpreted and used into understanding what maintenance, for instance, needs to be done on in technical installations. So I think being able to speak the same language is maybe the biggest one. I'm always also a bit maybe hesitant to talk about transformation, especially within the built environment, because just like you, I think we're filled with ambitions, right? And we can sort of we can imagine what can be done out there, but I think we also we need to guide, right? So when we are talking about providing an electrical vehicle, and the industry is talking about a faster horse, I think that's where we also need to be able to bridge that gap, because that gap is really there, and those that don't understand that they're not ready for a car. They want to be helped and held in hand. So I think also what we need to accept is that we need to accelerate efficiencies, and through accelerating efficiencies, drive that transformation that eventually will happen. So I think that's a point I also want to lay out there.
And make it easy for the end users, because it's so complex. We should not start explaining that. It should just, and that is my key message. I mean, easy for the end users, companies.
So it's basically integration and also data portability, right? So the different way of seeing language. So the ability to speak to each other, meaning using human language, but also using application interfaces and so on. Which, of course, in the age of AI is beginning to have some extra expectations laid on it. People think that unstructured data can just be sorted, and it can't necessarily, right? So there's some elements around that. There's also like a whole new vocabulary, right? And HEMS, SIMS, and vehicle to grid, and so on. So we probably need a glossary to remind ourselves what all these different things mean. But let's talk a little bit about the basically moving from like pilots, testing something out, to actually scaling a solution, right? So we talked a little bit about people increasing investment into digital tools and so on. But what we're finding in the Danish PropTech report is that people are reporting that it's the execution that falls behind. So people are making the investments, but then they're struggling to then move the dial, so to speak, to actually get the project out there. Without going into like Bent Flubjerg territory, well researched around project failures and so on. I think what I want to focus in on is specifically in real estate. There seems to be something around skills specifically, but I wonder whether you could maybe help us understand a little bit more. What is the real failure point? Where if you were going to put your finger on one thing, what would it be that we could start addressing?
I think we should be brave and maybe take some risks.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing. Actually, I don't know if you know Fælleby, which is a community with 2,000 or 3,000 apartments. They have to be self-sufficient for 35% or something like that.
Yep.
We have set up chargers, very innovative chargers. There's a mobility plaza. We don't know how to integrate all the solar cells, but there's a lot of partners, and this is going to be one of our live labs where we try and error. We will make a lot of errors. There are no standards, unfortunately, but we cannot wait for the standards, the common language, because I agree we should follow standards, but they are too slow.
Right.
For this.
So what you're basically saying is that there should be a willingness to experiment, right? So in our report, we say that skills is a failure point, 43% report that. Yeah. But the other one is that return on investment and uncertainty, around 33% say they can't really calculate it. And what you're saying is you've got to be bold, you just got to try, right? Down here in the little further reading stack, we have the Innovation Atlas from BlocksHub, and there's a fantastic chart that shows investment in innovation across different industries, and then construction comes in as it looks like a barely zero, right? And I'm afraid to say that real estate is probably on par or just below around that. But you're moving in, and you managed to talk to big real estate owners, portfolio owners, who are taking a chance with a new system. Could you maybe talk about why did they choose to take a new tool rather than just relying on old habits? It's a 1,000-year industry after all, so a lot of things have worked in the past.
Yeah, and that's true. And I think in the past, just by being there, you could almost print money. But the good thing that has come both from new regulations, but also a change in the economic climate has also helped understanding. Well, it's not just by actually acquiring buildings and then selling them off and doing capital gain. That's not how we can run an efficient and profitable business. We need to make sure that we drive yield. So that means that we need to do something different than what we have done previously. And I think really, understanding the real estate industry, you cannot rely on hopes and dreams. You need to be, because there's two things they care about, really two things. It's yield, so it's the NOI, and it's liquidity. That's the two things that they care about. And if you understand that, you also need to understand that you need to show a profitable business case, because per definition, what we're coming with is increasing in OPEX, right? So by subscribing to software, that's OPEX. So if you're not able to, help on one or the other, then you get out. Then you're not there anymore.
Right.
So for us, for instance, with By & Havn, which are the customer that ran through, an entire year using our software to maintain their buildings. They actually recorded a 10% reduction in CapEx spending, whilst actually reducing 5% of their OPEX spendings, simply because they become much more preventative, meaning that less repairs needed to happen, in the day-to-day life, which was an eye-opener. That just because you start being preventative, that's actually where you can really hit that yield. And everybody knows that for every euro, dollar, crown that you save on your OPEX, you can multiply that by 20 to get what is the value you're increasing the property with.
All right, that's great. So that was super fiber rich. I'm just going to digest it a little bit for the audience here. So a couple of things. So OPEX is operating expenditure, CapEx is capital expenditure, right? And they're accounted for differently. Mm-hmm. And OPEX is particularly sensitive in real estate because basically it might be a recurring expenditure. And that means that, you can't write it off over time. The other thing that is really worth biting into is a key term there that you came with, which is NOI, so net operating income. Could you just nerd out a little bit around net operating income? Why is that so important to understand?
Yeah, so without being the CFO in a real estate company, you have your revenue, which come from leasing, from tenants, and from where you subtract your operating expenses, and what comes in the bottom of that's net operating income, and that's very important because that's what it's based on that the valuation of a property is given. So being very efficient, both on the rent you're able to charge, but also how you run your expenditures.
Yeah. So, by the way, I probably didn't mention it, but my name is Michael. I'm beyond Property Denmark, and we have members that are basically spanning the full value chain of real estate, from the pension funds through to the large portfolio owners, and some of them are long-term owners, some of them are short-term owners, and then all the way through to basically technology providers with a little bit of risk capital, highly specialized risk capital sprinkled in. And what we're seeing when we talk to our members is like a different way of thinking of the world. Often the tool or potential transformation providers think about how cool the tool is. Like, look, this is a pen, it can do this type of color, and if you draw really well, it looks really nice, and so on. Whereas when you talk to the real estate people, there's of course an aesthetic element, but often they leave that to the architects. And then there's basically, I'm sorry to say, a spreadsheet. Excel, 35-year-old technology, hasn't been superseded quite yet. It might be in the future, but in the short term, it comes down to a simple 2-column and ultimately 1-column calculation, right? And that's, I think, part of the dialogue that we talked about earlier, where we need to get to the point of basically speaking the same language. Mm-hmm. What are the ratios? What are the expectations? How is this? Where is this money coming from? Where is this money going towards? And of course, much more widely, where's this resource coming from, whether it's CO2 or materials and so on. So let's talk a little bit more about basically, we talked about the need for technology transformation. We talked about pilots and basically being able to scale them. Let's talk a little bit about data ownership, because that's another exchange there. Mm. So we've seen an extreme flip in the last 5 years, where it was probably 1 out of 10 that were really, really using data, and now more than 90% reports that actually they're using data in one way or another when they make decisions. So going from Gefühl to Fingerspitzengefühl, right? And from that point of view, there is a lot of data sloshing around, but who's capturing the value, and how do you use data yourselves, and how do you exchange it with others? That's 3 questions in one.
Let me see if I can remember. I was just thinking of the Big Five or in US Meta, and so I mean, you can say a lot about them, but they're good at data. We at Zaptec, we have I think we're getting close to 1 million chargers in Europe, which means that we have oceans of data.
Yeah.
I don't think we use them enough. We can use them much more, and that's also the energy business. It seems like we have our own data, we don't share them.
Right.
So I think if we need to be skilled and need to use, we need to integrate, we need to share our data. I know it's hard and tough, but that is a problem, I think. But I think it's super important that we use the data, we get the skills also to develop these systems where we integrate mobility, building, and grid owners and grid.
So let's dig a little bit into that. So you're now sitting with a large customer, and you basically want to be able to share that data more widely. How do you convince the executive team on the other side that actually this in an industry that traditionally has played its cards very close?
Yeah.
How do you convince them that this is a good idea and the way forward?
What I'm saying is that we need to, for example, the OEMs, those car industry, sometimes they get you get free data, for example, in your car. They use your data.
Yes.
And they use it really to see how is people behaving. We know that. I think Tesla is really good at it, and also see what you need. And we need to get to that point at some point. But it needs the skills. It needs resources in the company also.
Yep.
With AI, I think we should not do traditional analysis on these data. You need skilled AI people. And that's why in Zaptec also we used to have 2 or 3 AI people. Now they are sourcing people from manufacturing, supply chain, from sales, from everybody to make a team in order to scale on AI and how to use our data in a super nice way. But how we can share it, I think that is partnerships with the energy, with the building industry, because we are also we already are doing predictive maintenance on our chargers. We also face the TCO, total cost of ownership. That's what they're asking. We're selling to energy companies. How many times do we have to go out and reset, or the cable is stuck, or we have to, it's a computer out there. So now we use AI also now a little bit also to not only analysis what we do, but you can also restart, and you can also detach the cable, for example. Yeah. And that's where AI, now I'm answering more.
But this is great, because now we're getting closer to at the end of this podcast, there will be an agreement between the two of you on how you're going to integrate, right? That's what we're building towards live. So you heard it here first, live from BlocksUp, new announcement, Zaptec and Property AI integrates. Yeah. How would that happen?
Yep, I think, allow me to take a step back, because I think it starts with, providing data autonomy, right? So I think it's really important, and we are to us it's very important that our customers' data is our customers' data, right? So it's not ours, and to sort of secure that autonomy, I think that's the first thing that's important, because when it's there, then it's also easier to have a conversation about how to actually share that data, and I mean. Per definition, what we do and what we are, who we are, is data, right? So we started with millions and millions of data points on those 55,000 buildings to be able to actually train any model to say anything intelligent about a building, and I've seen my experience is maybe a bit differently, because we did get from some of the largest building portfolio owners in Denmark tons of data. And what we also seen is that companies that could not become our customers also did data donations. So actually, I think at least in Denmark we have a more a higher willingness to actually share data to make sure that we could use that for something that could be for common good. Yep. And what we have done is that we have sort of democratized training of our models, right? So that means that users that use our product, from where they get predictions from our AI models, they can correct them, override them, confirm them, and once they do that, they retrain our model. And that's a partnership that when they subscribe to our software, that's what they get into.
Yep.
And it's a way of having everybody helps everybody getting better predictions out of everybody's data.
Right.
So let me start there at least, because I think that's an important point about sharing data.
So I'm just going to do a little bit of like summing it up and just telling you what I'm hearing, which is that between the lines, what I'm hearing is that we need data, we need to share it more openly. The value prop is basically the fact that an element of transparency, being able to see what's going on. Potentially, we haven't talked specifically about benchmarking, but you could say that allows people to compare behaviors. For example, it could be ventilation in the building, for example, or it could be how effective the charging is and of electrical vehicles and so on. And then on top of that, you then start getting towards being able to have continuous learning, right? And being able to benefit from that and being able to share that learning. So it's actually shifting from we have a term in Danish called egen optimering, so own optimization, to kind of shared optimization. Would that be a way of saying that this is what this could build towards?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think there's a lot of interesting, data lying within the data that you collect that for sure could be meaningful to the experience we can provide, and I'm sure vice versa. So being open to actually provide data, that's our obligations. We must get in front of that and making sure that that's a way of collaborating for sure.
Yep.
Now, just super interesting talk, this one, because there's one that I answered. This is charging behavior and competition, because it's very important for every energy company, or maybe how they can promote whatever business model and products to their. One thing where we need to share the model is if we want to play with the grid and balance the grid. That's why we they're called aggregators. They have to aggregate and look into the behavior of everybody's charging, because you have to plug in the car if you have to help to balance the grid, meaning if the grid is overloaded or underloaded, you have to stop charging or start charging. And that's where the aggregator, they aggregate a lot of data, analyze behaviors, and when the Energinet, our TCO, who is owning the grid, and as I said, it's a very fragile. Sometimes you need to be very precise when you get more and less, and when you stop and start charging it with a lot of cars. That's where you aggregate data. So we are actually doing, and we are forced to it.
Right.
So the aggregators, that's where, and if we want to play with the grid, then it's mandatory.
Yeah. Right. So what I'm also then hearing is that there's layers of like voluntary, basically collaborative level of data sharing, and then there's basically a governance level where they're structured and highly controlled, right? Because we don't want the grid to basically flare out, so to speak. That definitely wouldn't be
not really
attractive. We're going to move on a little bit, because we're going to come to the real impact, right? Because we are concerned about CO2 in Denmark for sure, and also many other parts of the world. We are also concerned about resources in general and so on. And one of the promises and potentially one of the problems is basically AI. It's a huge energy consumer, right? So at the moment, we talked about earlier real estate being 30 to 40% of global emissions. But if we then also say that 90% of real estate operators and owners are using AI in some form, and that's just in the broadest possible sense, in some form, are we risking actually that it ends up being a higher number and going the wrong direction? Where will the real impact come from? Better hardware? Will it be smart AI? Or will it be some entirely new business models that can come in and help solve some of this?
I can start. I mean, the transportation, as far as I remember, it's 25% of the emissions. So transportation is definitely a place where, and we're so good in Denmark for the moment. The buses, the cars, trains also. So this is definitely a place where we can play and save emissions, so to speak. So that's where we. But I think also you're also making each house, each community, with the home energy management system, or the HEMS or the SEMS, this is also, I think it's going on. I'm not thinking, I know everybody is asking for this, and that's what we see. Also in UK, we have a Octopus, which is a very huge utility in UK. They are actually saying now, if we can use your car to balance the net or to put your energy in the battery, it's a big battery actually, very cheap in your car compared to a home battery, then you can charge for free for 1 year, or you get something like €1,000. So, and this is a combination of tech, of climate, mobility, and a business model that is super innovative.
Well, let's dig into more, because this is where the real impact is. It's basically when we come up with new models, right? So what you talked about is not just a tool in use, but actually a transformation, a whole different way of thinking. That would have been, in some ways, not unthinkable, but would have been thought unrealistic 10 years ago, right? So if you, from where you're sitting and you look at this and you get such intimate knowledge of the buildings, where are the opportunities you sit, where the trade-off of using AI, which draws water, energy, whatever else, but can ultimately have a net positive effect?
I think my view, that's very pragmatic. Yeah, I would say it's very pragmatic, and by doing, I think, preventative maintenance, that's the most sustainable you can ever be, because every time that you do energy efficiency, so you change your windows to 3-layer glasses and so on, there's like embedded CO2 into those building parts. So they need to be produced, transported, and so on. But actually, by preserving them, making sure that they have a longest lifespan as possible, that's actually some of the most climate friendly you can actually be as a property owner. And I don't think that per definition, for larger portfolio owners, speaks into a transformation of the industry. But I believe that the time. So now I'm pivoting into talking about architectures and engineering. I think that the time material model must die. And I think it will die. And I think it's about, because now you have data. Now you have, for instance, you have already the health of the building. You understand what needs to be done. So now it's about thinking about what kind of white glove services can we provide on top of all of that data. I mean, KAB, as one of our customers, have created a totally new department where it's about maintenance as a service. Right. So instead of talking about charging for time where they go out and inspect a building for then to come with some recommendation and then spending some money, it's about we relieve you for that responsibility and that headache, and now we maintain your building as a service. So I think some of those things will happen in the industry, and they are a great example of that.
And then just to bring it to Copenhagen, we've got to mention bicycles, swap feeds. When I first ran into one, probably 12, 15 years ago or something like that, definitely 10 years ago, I think, where I saw them in a Dutch street and thought this, you would lease a bicycle? That doesn't make any sense at all. And turns out there's thousands of swap feeds, bicycles cycling around Copenhagen, because people are basically outsourcing the maintenance, the oiling of the chain and all this kind of stuff. And actually, Rolls-Royce has a model here, right? So they don't sell, as far as I know, their engines anymore. They're basically leasing them out, and they just charge the flight time. But then they make sure that it's operational and has an uptime, right? So it's basically taking in some ways, the SaaS model and applying it to real estate. Yeah. And that's basically picking into the last point that I want to get to, which is that in order to make change, sometimes you need to make something obsolete, right? So you talked about the time and materials model. Could you just explain to the newcomer, what is it you mean when you mean time and materials, and who stands to lose if we lose the time and materials model?
So time material is basically that you as a consultancy, you charge for the time that you're actually spending, working on a problem for the customer. So an engineer, that could be, we charge something per square meter or per hour that we spend doing a condition assessment. And I think that's gonna die. So it's gonna be about productizing, offerings, and something where. So I don't think necessarily anybody needs to lose from it, but it's more those that understand this is going to win, and they're going to win because they're going to productize their service into something that where they consistently can deliver a high quality and do that at scale. So that's what I believe will happen from this, and those, of course, that do not follow this will eventually lose.
Perish.
But,
Yeah, and you spoke to it a little bit with your vision of basically a home or basically a building that intuitively understands you. Have you already built this into your business model?
No, but I have a dream.
Yes.
And I went to CBS for board education, and my main thesis was Huskompaniet. I don't know if they're listening here, but I think that they are very much ahead, but they are, like everybody wanted, recurring revenue. Why don't you sell a house as a service? Where you have building, they sell a house, this is a one-off thing. Why don't they have the predictive, what's called maintenance? So you say that you subscribe to this service if you buy a house from Huskompaniet. Maybe you can also finance it that way. I don't know about fintech, what they will say about that. But then it includes, of course, a charger, a heating pump, a HEMS, home energy management. That's how I see it also, and I think it would be, that would be disruptive, but I think that is the future, because we want to have security when we pay something, also to pay it. It's convenient, like a Netflix subscription. And of course, when we make the decision to buy a house or build a house or building, it's a big issue. But after that, if we pay we know we can plan our budgets,
right?
The TCO. So that's where I would like to head.
There is actually a culture for it already. Most people who live in large buildings will have some sort of shared monthly charge that is part of saving for fixing the roof and incidentals and so on, right? So, but it isn't necessarily the normal homeowner who's saving up for maintaining their own roof. It comes as a shock to them that every 50 years or so, surprise, your roof will have to be changed, right? So there's some crossover, some end-user education, as you might say, that needs to be lent into, and also probably a resetting of expectations of how much should the saving be, and clearer communication. Right?
And then the Huskompaniet can come back after 10 years. Okay, now you have a new roof. We will put it on your roof or the garage or whatever. Now it's or the.
There perhaps is a tendency in real estate that people think, bought and done, and actually that's not the case, right? Boat owners, as I understand it, realize that the cost of the boat, you're probably spending between 10 and 20% every year of the original cost just to keep it floating. And it would be good for us to realize the same, and maybe that would be part of driving the change. We're coming up towards the end here. We've covered a lot. We talked about how basically technology is reshaping the real estate industry. We heard about how By & Havn, the let's call it the Copenhagen Development Corporation, with a large square footage of buildings, have let me check my memory here. It was a 10% efficiency and 5% cost saving, or the other way around, right? So significant gains using a new tool to basically map and plan for the buildings. And we've heard about how 9 out of 10 cars in Denmark are now basically electric out of the gate, and that people are basically being able to both decarbonize their transport, improve the air quality in the cities, and ultimately make a better economy, and also be less sensitive to the Strait of Hormuz and whatever else, meaning oil price fluctuation and so on.
Good for the grid in total.
Good for the grid and good for the environment. We talked about how we can get from pilots to basic scaling, and that a lot of it is down to both being bold, but also being able to calculate the return on investment, right? And we had a little masterclass on basically net operating income, and we had a masterclass on yield. But I'll just throw one extra thing in here from the economics textbook, which is basically compound effects, right? You can have positive compounding effect, and you can have negative compounding effects. And I think we would do well to spend more time thinking about compounding effects, basically the interest on interest. And then we talked about integrated data systems and the need for basic exchange in data, and how Denmark actually is a high trust country where there is a lot of data being shared. And you talked about data donations, right? So if you can't participate in a project, is there some basically non-confidential data that could potentially be an open source contribution to the field? I'm sure that would be well received by the industry. And then we talked about the emerging business models, and also sometimes how a good business model can basically be picked up from another industry. It could be Rolls-Royce, it could be many others, right? So as we wrap up, I'm going to ask you to come up with one thing we should read or listen to next, apart from, of course, this fantastic podcast series. There's 4 or 5 more being recorded here live at Blocks Up at the 2026 AEC Hackathon. But 1 or 2 podcast, books, novels, what's inspiring you right now? And then with a little hat tip to good old Habermas, who recently passed away, one of the leading post-war philosophers, who basically said that we need to talk better to each other, we need to understand better to each other. What's your one top tip that you want to leave the audience with, that when they need to talk technology, tools and transformation with another person, what's the one thing that will help make that conversation more impactful? You want to start with the inspiration points, and then we'll get to the call to action.
Well, there was a lot of things there, Michael.
Yes.
And I think the first thing was, what podcast or what book.
Yes.
There's one book that occupies my mind right now, and it's a bit nerdy. Within, you really need to care about software.
Okay.
But there's a book called Revenue Architecture.
Revenue Architecture.
Yeah, which is super cool because it helps you really to understand how you can learn from more traditional industries and how you can actually take some principles that has shown to work there actually into how you create a factory out of delivering your revenue, and it's super interesting, and also speaks to one of the points that we covered here. Why do we see a low adoption from pilots, right? And I believe it's because we need to be better at taking charge of that change management.
Yep.
So that book has also led for us to understand the obligation there is. So it's not just about delivering customer support, right, or being a friendly helping hand. No, we need to stand in front with the customer on that transformation. So that's the book.
That's great. That's the book,
Yeah.
Revenue Architecture. Marie, any inspiration points, anything in particular that you are spending some time on
I'm
right
just
now?
wondering, I'm not reading books, I'm talking a lot to people and using my experience from different industries. And what I see is also to understand, like you said, this guy, talk to different from other sectors. From the automobile, we should talk more to the building industry and the energy sector, because to understand each other, make projects together, whatever it's called, pilots or test, and I think that is the most important.
So you're basically calling on the human library. Take out a new book in the human library, find a person to talk to and be really curious.
I'm so curious, actually, be curious. That's what I say. And on Monday, as you said, go find partners, make ideas. Every time I go to one of our customers, utilities, I say, okay, of course you should buy a lot of subtech chargers. That's fine, and that's my goal. But what projects can we do?
Yep.
Where are you heading? What is your strategy? Should we go to the building segment? A lot want to do that. Is it housing association? Is it vehicle to grid? This is what inspires me, and that's what we should do from next week, and we're already doing it.
So what I'm hearing is basically find somebody and then make it concrete, make it practical, make it something that people can lean into.
Yeah, and I think I'm a bit. I work with the. We are a native AI company, right? So that means that we work with, quite bleeding edge technology, but on a daily basis. But I'm a bit overwhelmed with what has been released and the capabilities of AI over just the past few weeks.
Yep.
So I think a good conversation is to really seek to understand the capabilities of AI, and it's formulate also how that's going to impact yourself and your life and those that you hold dearest, because it will impact those that are on the working market. So I think that should be a meaningful conversation where you go.
Indeed.
That's great. So if I couldn't put a little edge on that, so basically, and that is Habermasian, right? So you should be able to talk within the system, also criticize the system at the same time. And the key point here is that remember that when you're using AI, you are prompting, but you are also being prompted. And that is the same when you talk to a human, right? It is a two-way thing. And sometimes I get the impression people think that they are staying constant whilst they're prompting an AI. They're not. It is like interacting with another being, And just to be clear, the AI is not alive, but it is something that changes both parties, right? Then it very quickly gets Newtonian and action-reaction. But anyway, we're going to wrap up here. We've come to the end of a really fascinating conversation. And Merete, you're going to get the final point.
What you think there is so important, also that people like you suddenly interrupting old industries, because what we see the car industry in Europe has been, old car makers. In US, we have Elon Musk, who comes from PayPal. In China, now I'm mentioning China, maybe not, there's a lot of things that's not political correct. I'm going to China next month also, because they come from Alibaba, they come from data.
Right.
And they have developed with regard to electrical vehicles, with regard to grid, they have a master plan they made 15 years ago, where mobility is not, it's not cars, it's just energy on batteries. And they are so much ahead. And they have developed the car industry now and the energy system, and they're looking at with some other glasses than the US and than the Europe. And I think we could, let's say we should start maybe copying from them a little bit. And I think it's so important that other people like you, for example, enter these legacy industries.
Is there time for comment on that? Or
I think one final comment here.
But I think we in Europe also needs to find our place in this, right? So I mean, I've tried to be a bit loud that we should not compete, for instance, on developing the next big language model, to compete with ChatGPT and Claude and so on. That's not our role, but we do have something unique, which is trust, which is data, which means that with trust and data, we can build something that is, vertical specific and meaningful, which cannot be copied anywhere else because they don't have that openness and transparency in data. So I think also we need to find our spot in the AI race, if you will, in Europe and in Denmark.
Yeah.
That's great.
Agree.
It's been an accelerating discussion around PropTech in practice, from tools to transformation. What I would say, leave you with a key point from the Danish PropTech report, which is data use is rising, but value only comes when the skills follow. Educate yourself. Make sure that there's a vision, value, and purpose behind what you do. And then basically go out and talk to other people, challenge yourself. And remember that whenever you're prompting, you're also being prompted. This has been the Zero Constructs podcast. Thank you so much. This is it for the AEC 2026 Hackathon recording at BlockSub. Thank you, Anders. Thank you, Merete. My name is Michael Armbjørn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon, and welcome to the last session of today's live stream podcast, live here from Copenhagen on a very rainy Saturday here at Blocks Hub, the AEC Hackathon. I'm joined by two fantastic panelists today. Thank you for joining me on, I know it's raining, but it's still a Saturday afternoon, so I very much appreciate your time. I'm Matthew Jackson. I'm the co-founder of this podcast, Zero Construct, and strategy lead at RIB Software. And I'm joined by Kenneth, who is head of IT and security at SH Group, providing leadership in comprehensive IT operations, security and digitization efforts. And beside me is Andreas. He is a senior sales engineer at WithSecure, working across risk management, resilience and cybersecurity as a strategic advisor and part of, you're doing something at the Copenhagen Business Academy as well.
Yeah, I'm teaching information security and operations management.
So generally speaking, two very smart individuals to join me. And we are here to talk about building the future safely. We've had a really interesting day talking about Contech, property tech, materials, and there has been a common theme which we'll touch upon a little bit, which we have talked about security, risk, and these kind of broad kind of topics. But to kick off and to kind of frame it for our audience, because cybersecurity, it's this thing we talk about all the time, but also we don't really talk about it all the time. But that is that we see on the news, you know, someone's mother-in-law has been hacked on WhatsApp, or in the news right now, I think it's the FBI director just had his personal emails attacked by some foreign entity, or at least it's been confirmed in the US. But what does cybersecurity mean for you gentlemen in the terms of kind of construction and the built environment and the work that you do? Andreas, please kick us off.
Yeah, to me it means that we as a society, but also of course the guys in the building industry should be aware that the world is connected, and it's not just an IT problem. It's not just you getting hacked. We are all connected. Everything is connected, and we need to be aware of that. We need to make conscious decisions that are risk informed. That's very important. In WithSecure, we had a guy called Mikko Hyppinen who famously said that we are no longer securing IT, we're securing society. Mm-hmm. And that is exactly the mindset we need. As we spoke about earlier off camera, buildings, they last past our lifetime. And buildings is not just bricks and mortar. It is places to live life. It's people go there, live there, spend their time there, keep their values there, and we need to see security in that perspective when it comes to building and properties.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, I pretty much agree what Andreas is pitching in with. And again, cybersecurity, the topic is so big and where to start, and that's maybe also why what to talk about, when and why and where. But within the infrastructure and the construction business, in regards of cybersecurity, also relates to, it comes down to safety risk as well. Cyber risk, yeah, we heard about the grandmother and all that, but when you go into construction and infrastructure, there's a lot more consequences, and it all comes down to the comparison of the safety risk that follows with the lack of cybersecurity. So for our side, AEC Group, it's definitely a point we have moved ourselves towards and trying to inform our customers towards, because and guide them in the direction to get the mind of where should we start, should we cope all of it, that's impossible, and then that's why there's maybe a lack of focus on that perspective, and it's also, you mentioned the buildings are coming here for generations. Cybersecurity is really have been involved within the last decade, so for many, it's also a new topic and new brands they have to relate towards.
Yep, absolutely. So we had an interesting question earlier on in one of the other podcasts. Go and check out the Contech podcast with Ole earlier. So we had an engineer, we had a BIM manager, and we had kind of a contact consultant here, and their role is to kind of bring new technology and new processes, and obviously the big conversation was around AI processes within the construction industry. And the question from Ola is that, do you think that construction is sleepwalking into a security disaster? Is something terribly drastic going to happen? And it was massive yes from everybody on the panel, but they couldn't really kind of go into their thinking around how they should kind of move forward into solving this. And I said, well, that's great. Come listen to our pod later on today, and we'll solve it for you. So they see it, but it's a very small echelon of group that see this problem. So first of all, do you agree with that statement? Do you agree that construction, the built environment, assets are kind of sleepwalking into potential cybersecurity disaster? And where do you think people really should need to start thinking about how to apply potentially a resolution, or at least just start thinking about how to be safer in the cyber world in their business?
I think it's not just building related. It's entire society is sleepwalking into if not a disaster, at least a major headache. And we need to start looking at cybersecurity in the same way as we treat other risks, like fire hazards. We have standards for how to mitigate that risk. Financial risk, it's just a risk, and we need to be risk informed and risk aware. And the way to go about it is to look at a broader perspective, and then start mapping out your risk, and that is from a strategic point of view what we need to do across society.
Can only concur. I mean, just when we got the question, I think we both looked at each other and says, yes, definitely. We can
nervous laughter by all.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, and I think the topic is so big, where to start and when. I mean, it's not intentionally by any means, but I think you also mentioned coming down to address and create the risk management. Talking about what is important, why and when, and where to start, and guide our customers as well towards that direction. I mean, slicing it down to pieces we can comprehend in different stages. If we're trying to adopt everything at one, I mean, then of course, then it's bound to fail, and then it doesn't get the necessary focus.
So where does it start then when you're working with your customers? I mean, are you starting more at more kind of a governance level? Are you starting at more kind of legal risk level? What's your starting position? Kind of like where are you beginning with your cohort?
Often it's initiated by governance work, either risk management, or maybe they're trying to sign up for cyber insurance, and then they face some requirements and
pause a second. Cyber insurance, probably new term to the audience. What's cyber insurance?
It's an insurance that helps you cover the risk from cyber incidents. Okay. Often related to hackers, but it can be just IT operation events as well. And like when you try to make any other kind of insurance, there's also always requirement. You need a certain type of locks, or maybe you should have a intruder, what's called a burglary alarm, to be able to sign up for that insurance. And it's the same way with cyber insurances. You need to have a minimum of security controls established. Often companies don't, and that's often where we at F-Secure comes in. But it's almost always initiated at either governance, risk, or compliance level. It's and that's also where it should be, because then you have the management buy-in that you need.
Of course, yeah.
And you also ask when do we come into this? Often too late. because it's not in focus from the beginning. That's also what we're seeing when we have new projects, scoping new projects. Of course, we catch it in an early stage. But they're already talking about, we also need remote access to this and that. And every devices are exposed today.
Yep.
Okay, let's address this. Why is that important? Why do you need this? And then going to key focuses on this. And also when we have legacy service agreements that we need to take over on infrastructure, we're starting with an assessment. What is the status of the day? And then slice it down. Okay, we have issues here that we need to address. And that puts a better dialogue into things, getting it sliced down to what people can cope and comprehend. But I think, again, we are struggling to get cybersecurity on the agenda, and we're already behind. But I think it's everyone.
Is it a bit of a case where, and again, this was mentioned a little bit before in the other pods, where construction is, generally speaking, a relatively reactive industry. I mean, if you think about fire, if you think about health and safety, if you think about carbon, if you think about kind of material toxins, change happens in construction usually after either very strict legislative change or, as goes back to the question, disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, in your kind of to carry on your point there, do you think construction needs that, or do you think there is an opportunity for construction and the built environment to lift up? You just said I'm struggling to get the topic in. Do you think there's still opportunity to get it in?
And they're doing it with all the other aspects. You also mentioned fire. Yeah, of course, we have a lot of construction materials that's inflammable and secured by fire, and we've been proactive on that. But then again, should the problem occur and a fire should start, then we have the water mist systems and fire extinguishers. So we have a plan for that as well. It doesn't correlate for cybersecurity in any matter of thought, because it's a new topic for many. It's not as physical as materials and fire extinguishers and water mist systems. It's more digital. The problem is that when a cyber incident occurs in the construction business, it's very often physical. Physical damages, physical liability. It's not digital. So, especially in construction, it can have very serious effects if we don't get ahead of the security issue.
I think it's often perceived as either an IT problem. And then if it's an IT problem, then it's a problem that should be solved by the nerds that go around the office and look a bit strange in heavy metal T-shirts, or it's a construction problem or a building problem, and then it should be solved by the guys in workwear. And in reality, it's a business problem or a societal problem. And we need to perceive it as that. And I think, as you mentioned, it's a reactive mindset. People have to get hurt in a fire or a flood for the legislation to come. And when the legislation comes, then we'll start doing something about it. And it's very much the same. It's very much the same here. And it is because it's perceived as a problem that is maybe not really relevant. I used to be an IT operations manager at a large property company, and when I brought the cybersecurity topic up, it was like, yeah, but it's not like people can steal our buildings. I was like, no, but maybe they can steal from the tenants, or maybe they can even hurt the tenants, or it could hurt the business. Okay, and when that mindset change occurred, that it's okay, it's not just an IT a problem for the overweight nerd, it's actually a business problem. It could hurt our business. Okay, then we were moving, and we started getting the attention that we needed to change stuff around.
Because I mean, like if you think about IT security in a broad business sense, right? And I think we've all come across this. It's like, oh, I'm not allowed to print on Wi-Fi anymore, or oh, they've shut down the USB. I can't use my USB port on my laptop for some reason, right? I can't go onto certain websites. Obviously, you're in a work setting, so some of them you definitely should not go on. So that's kind of, I think it's how it's sort of perceived, and we think about it very much as security is kind of as a hardware thing. You protect the device, but obviously moving into a very cloud-based, SaaS-based, AI-based industry, so obviously the target is shifting. And we're also building buildings into smart buildings, into smart infrastructure, where we're starting, even if you think about here in Copenhagen, if you haven't been to Copenhagen before, the metro doesn't have any train drivers. It is automated and computerized and remote, and it's done remotely. And I'm sure has huge security risk around that. So have you found also, because of the advances in technology, especially with AI and quicker technologies coming, the goalposts for you, having to explain it to people who are not in it, your goalpost is moving also very, very quickly in your need.
Yeah, and because digitization happens much faster than buildings and stuff in general, and society is getting secured. And it's smart. I could actually manage the building without leaving home. That's a good idea. Yeah, or maybe it isn't. It depends on what building it is and what to do it. So the goalposts are definitely moving, and to be honest, I think most organizations and societies are struggling to keep up. And it takes a lot of courage to say, okay, yeah, we can do it, but maybe it's not a good idea. We can build a cloud service using wipe code and get moving at a hackathon, and we can have a product by Monday morning and start doing something. Yeah, we probably can, but maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should suck in some air and make a risk assessment. Make a decision that is informed. I like to say that we need to make decisions that are informed and active and conscious, because we all make decisions all the time that are maybe not informed or not conscious or not active. Because when you decide not to do something, not to do a risk assessment, not to do a vulnerability scanning, not to do whatever, it's also a decision, but you're probably not conscious of that you're doing it. So that is definitely something we need to do.
Yeah, but I think it's risk assessment is a very big part of it. I mean, what is your appetite? Because it is a big thing, and technology is just in a very big pace. We just had our head around information technology and computers. Now we have to relate about the operational technologies, all the things that actually open the doors and release, and create all these alarms in the buildings. Now we have IoT devices, Internet of Things that also can communicate out of world with the world, and then we suddenly have to take in consideration what about the cloud? Now we can't store it where we want. Should we store it? Do we need it? So there are so many topics. So having this risk assessment and listening to what is it do you want to achieve? And we want this, and then okay, let's start there. Do we really want it? Why do we want it? How do we get there? How do we secure it? Let's start there, and then less tech talk. Start to talk about more in risks. For example, you have this system. What if it's down 24 hours? Can we settle with that? Is that okay? If not, okay, let's address this. Risk-based questionnaires, because they cannot, many cannot relate to all if and when and this and okay, just give us this. But if you talk into terms about scenarios, can we be down for 24 hours? What is person X, Y, Z is missing, and this department cannot be reached? How do we mitigate about this? So I think that makes it a lot easier to take the discussions from non-tech people. I think hopefully it also gives them more appetite to take the topic up.
And have the courage to say, okay, that sounds great. what if something goes wrong? So we are at a wonderful building. I love coming into this office space every morning. Everything is smart. Everything is nice and really cool and digitized and easy. But what if the power is cut? What if we have a power outage that can happen for so many reasons? Can I leave the building? Are we able to open the doors without electricity? And just have the courage to say, okay, this is a cool solution, but what if something goes wrong? Are we still able to save life and limbs? As you say, what if this building is down 24 hours? And it doesn't have to be cyber related. It doesn't have to be evil hackers. It can just be a vendor that goes out of business. What if that happens? Do what we in the industry call threat modeling. So when you're designing, if it's a digital solutions, do your threat modeling. It sounds very daunting and very hard to get your head around, but it's really not. There's a great framework called Stride. I really encourage everyone to use it, and it's a set of questions that you should ask yourself. How can someone go about and doing this 5 or 6 malicious activities, and how do we protect against that when you develop software? And as a property owner, facility management provider, you should have the mindset. Okay, what if something goes wrong? What will happen if we are without X for 24 hours? What will we do? And just get started and get used to having this mindset.
Yeah, no, good. I mean, so Stride is the first thing that people should go and have a look at. I think
if
also
they develop software.
If they develop software,
yeah.
So that's us. Although I'm pretty sure that we are. At least I hope. I'm saying it now. There's very dangerous territory that I'm getting. I'm sure we've got it handled. I'm sure my CPO is fine. I think it's also interesting because do you think there's also kind of a misunderstanding of what security really means in the modern day? I think we think about security again from a very kind of standardized society. We think about security as a security guard stopping somebody getting into an asset, right? But since cybersecurity is not just about the firewall of getting into a digital asset, but it's also, as you've just mentioned, sort of the operational resilience of a system, because if a system stops working, whether it be by vendor. So do you think that generally this goes back to that risk profile? Do people just really misunderstand what security means from a resilience perspective? Because you have to keep a system running. We have to keep the metro running. We have to keep the power going, as examples.
I think you really frame it nicely. We think about security, that's something about maybe a password, a firewall, something like that. But what we should think about is resilience. And say, okay, we have this smart solution, makes life easier. Maybe it does, or at least we like to think it does. And what do we do if it doesn't work? What do we do without power? What do we do without whatever it is? So that is actually the mindset that we need to change. We need to go from there's no threat towards maybe there is a threat and it's about being secure. And now we have to move on, if we ever got to the be secure part, and say what it is about, what is important is to be resilient.
Yep. Agreed. I mean, so right now we're here in, to switch it up slightly, we're here right now, there's a hack going, and the word hack, I'm sure, scares you slightly, we use the word hack. And a lot of people this weekend, they're bringing data, they may be bringing data from work, they're putting it onto new systems, and maybe using company equipment for this weekend, right? They've checked it out of the office, and they've brought in, they're creating something new. Listening to another pod, and people saying, because engineers, pretty smart people, some of the smartest people on the planet work in construction, right? And they can think of something, go home over the weekend and now vibe code something and bring it to the office on Monday. Their own solution, coded themselves with their own data. Is this going to be a big issue for CIOs, COOs, not just in design, but across the entire life cycle of construction? Construction has so many problems that people just look at in their little side and go, I can fix that. Do you think that's something which we're only at the very beginning of in our security challenges?
Definitely. I mean, it is very silo thinking. So yeah. It's difficult to say some specific areas to cover this. So yeah.
If you're advising a CIO, so if I was a CIO of a big construction company, I know for a fact, I'm not talking about the AEC hack, right? Because the AEC hack is fantastic and safe and wonderful. So, but I know that my company has some problems, and I know that my team are going home. What should I be saying to my team? What should I be potentially installing in terms of like governance? How would you get me to start talking to my people around this sort of behavior?
Again, we can put all these scenarios of what could go wrong if and this, and be careful and do avoid this. But having these practical situations to lean towards, give also the awareness. Again, talking down in a non-technical terms and relation, put things also in a lot more, consumable pieces for them to adopt, and then again see it in their context. Because if you come down and say, okay, we have this, but they cannot cover over. They have to narrow it down to what's specific for them. What should they be having their mindset and be aware of?
But already, by you being the CEO, going to the IT team or the security team or the legal team or whoever is responsible in your organization and saying, this is a topic that interests me and concerns me, then you're already off to a good start. And then you should communicate your risk appetite. So how much risk, what is important to me as the CEO? Maybe it is to keep costs down. Maybe it is to make sure that our customers are safe or we are safe. Whatever is important to you, you should communicate that, so that your teams know what is it that we're trying to achieve as an organization. Then you should ask them to work in a structured way, following a framework. And that's important to say. That doesn't mean getting certified in ISO or something like that. That's not necessary, or maybe it's not necessary, probably not. But work in a structured way, follow a method, and then you should check in with them, and you should tell them that this is a topic that interests you, and that they're always welcome to visit your office and have a chat, and then already you're empowering them to make better security and do better security. So to establish your risk appetite, communicate it, and work in a structured way, and then you're already off to a good start.
So from the sounds of it, really, I mean, it's again, it goes back to something we touched on already, but let's repeat it slightly, is that it's becoming not really so much of an IT issue. It is much more kind of an awareness and people challenge, like with everything, right? It's change management. It's sitting around that space more than, look, tech is tech, right? You can use tech for good things and bad things, regardless of the tech, and that's been the way it's been forever and ever and ever. But we're now in a position of people want to do stuff, but we need to. It's a people challenge now more than anything.
I always tell my students at the Business Academy that information security is really a case of communication. And then they are very technical people, and they get very disappointed and a bit sad. Oh no, is this a PowerPoint course? And of course it isn't, but it's really important that you both understand that most people, even the ones doing stuff that is completely reckless, they're doing it because they think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
And that's very important. You need to communicate that, hey, I see your idea. I see your that you really want to do good stuff and solve problems for customers, but you need to follow these guidelines. So instead of, as I think many security people have been good at, saying no, you can't do this, you should really say yes, but let's do it in this way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very important. So it is very much a communication issue, and also an issue about being mindful of risk.
Definitely, because all these frameworks and all these standards that we're leaning towards shouldn't be for the CEO or the employees or the architect or the entrepreneur to cope and have an opinion about. They have a risk assessment, they have a task. Deal with it, come up with a solution. How do we protect this in a proactive and a reactive way? So keeping it non-technical is so important, and I think that is also why it's very difficult to touch, because often people are not very confident if it goes into too much technical terms. So keeping it high level, no matter how boring it must be for the tech guys who need to achieve it, they just need to get the framework and the task, and then the communication between the tech guys and the business has never been more important than this now, and to interpret this and translate it to a non-technical and technical language.
Exactly, because I mean, even as businesses, right, you might have ISO 27001. That's the security one, right?
Yeah.
And then of course we've got the EU Data Resilience Act coming, right, as well, right? I mean, these are big bits of legislation for organizations to become certified against these is pretty high. But at the end of the day, like, it's your security is it's still down to the individual, right? I mean, there was always this joke that a building security was only as strong as the lowest paid person, right? Because, you know, you always seen like a Mission Impossible or Bond movie, you know, just bribe the cleaner or whoever else right, and get in, right? And so we have these big frameworks, but it's still the individual person that it really sits.
Yeah, and it's often, if we are to go technical and maybe give some pointers that the audience can start looking at, or maybe if they're managers, go to the IT department and say, are we in control of this? It is actually the same very low hanging fruits that is causing problems most of the places, and it is that we don't know what we have on our networks.
Yep.
So awareness about the hardware and software that you have and how it is exposed to the internet, for instance. Access control, no default passwords, change them, have multi-factor, update your systems, segment your networks so it's not just one big flat network where everyone can see everything. Maybe it's a good idea. I seem like facility management and BMS vendors. They tend to be a big lax on security. So
which is a bit scary. Like a BMS, building management system, for those who don't know what BMS. I mean, those are the systems that controls your assets.
Yeah. And
it's quite an important system.
Yeah, and even in critical infrastructure, I've seen BMS systems being exposed, or vendors coming and say, "Oh, I just I've brought my own access point. I've just put it on the network. Makes it much easier for me to sit here at the desk and do something to whatever they're doing." And that's just a bad idea. So maybe the vendors should have their own network, and maybe all your devices and stuff and smart building have their own network. Make sure that you get them updated and replaced when they are at the end of their life cycle. It's not fancy stuff. It's just basic cyber hygiene, and that's a problem everywhere. It's just not just in the building industry. It's the same problem everywhere. It's not that difficult. You of course the frameworks are good, Stride and ISO and 62443, good stuff, all of it. But you could also just start with the simple stuff, and then you're off to a good start.
Finding a supplier that you have confidence in to take care of all these things, network segmentation, standards. I mean, already there it's getting a lot technical for many. So finding one supplier that you have confidence within, just addressing your needs for them to make sure that all these things are covered. And we also see when we come up to new assignments, and we have a lot of legacy that we need to start within and make an assessment. It's quite obvious that there has been a lot of vendors over time making their pitch on the solution, and the assumption is, and incidents happen. They also happen because everyone has an assumption that it's covered by someone else.
Yeah.
And then you get the gaps, and then it's where it sets off. So finding one supplier instead of a lot of vendors, because you can find a lot of people doing those specific tasks. Where can you find a supplier that more or less can assemble all this and have confidence within? I think that is the most important, because should you also have your head around ISO, AEC, CER, and all these legislations that's coming in, I mean, it's impossible to cope.
Yeah, we're already 40 minutes in. See, time flies. It goes very, very quickly. We have an audience here. Just wondering, does anybody have any questions for the panel at all?
I have a question. We have a lot of critical infrastructure being built over the last 15 years. Since take the microphone.
Hold on. I didn't prepare myself. Terrible. Microphone is pairing on. Please start your question again.
So, I mean, for the last 15 years, after the financial crisis, there's been built a lot of, critical infrastructure like mega hospitals and, other, large infrastructures where those requirements were built 15 years ago. And, I've been, frequently visiting the hospital because of my motorcycle accident, a lot of operations in my leg, but I saw them implementing a lot of, like cleaning robots. And it seems like they were everywhere because they want to optimize the performance of the, those processes. Do they turn the blind eyes to that? And how do you see that as a problem in a security perspective? That we are implementing so many automated processes, robots, and devices after these buildings have been built, without really having, a security perspective on it.
I certainly hope that they're not turning the blind eye and that they have the security perspective, but I suspect and maybe fear that you could be right. We have been living in a luckily very peaceful time the last 20, 30 years, and maybe we have, especially in Denmark, been lulled a bit into to sleep and not seeing having a good perspective on threats. I know that if the Wi-Fi is down at a hospital, they might as well send people home because they simply can't function. So I think that's a good example on cleaning robots on ice, but what if they don't work? And we can definitely save some money using cleaning robots, but what are the possible downsides? And it's not to be alarmist. It's not like we shouldn't do it. We just need to make risk-informed and risk-conscious decisions.
But then the follow-up on that question, do you see an appetite from those stakeholders to look into the cyber security issues or questions?
Yeah, but there's one, especially healthcare is difficult because it's nice to have secure systems, but it's also nice to have your legs fixed. And we don't have an infinite pool of funding. So what is most important? What should we do? Yeah, there's another question. Oh, sorry.
No, it was
sorry.
just a matter of follow-up, and I really hope that you will have less frequency of visits at the hospital and it's going in the right direction. But it's a valid point, and a point to this is also when we talked about scoping all this with one supplier, two suppliers, and vendors, and all these things that need to be coped into a solution. But what about when it has been delivered? What about these robots already driving? What about the contingency plans? What when they stop working or going completely rogue? Who do we call? How do which scenarios? And that talk is also missed out in the entire discussion. So if we could extend this meeting with 30 minutes,
that's fine.
but the contingency plans is also left behind in all this because of course it's appealing to have all these cleaning robots. But what if they stop working? And the consequences in this, and then you can't perform the operations, you cannot attend to this and this. We saw it at the Great Belt. It was 1 or 2 years ago when the payment solutions stopped working. It wasn't just because they could lift and let people through, but they didn't have a contingency plan. No one thought of this. An incident occurred, but there was no solution
That's
to this.
The famous bridge connecting.
We have the Great Bill connecting the parts of Denmark, and there was a situation where the payment solution in Denmark went down for almost 24 hours. So, meaning that no cars were left through the payment booths of the Great Belt. It was not because that part didn't work, but they didn't have that scenario in the contingency plan. So the people sitting out there didn't know what to do. And the queues were just piling up.
Well, I mean, also people don't have in Scandinavia. No one has cash.
No, that's
either. So as a consumer, as a user, my also reliance on a cyber system as a user also is very, very high. I mean, like we have also fallen into a false sense of security where we have expectations of IT the other way around, where we're like, well, it always works. I don't need to worry about anything. On the other side, as a customer, like just as a citizen, that is a very different kind of thought process versus, as a business or a government supplying a service. I'm now like, I mean, I have my MITI-D, what's the payment apps you have in
mobile?
Yeah, the mobile pay
Thank you.
solutions.
Sorry, we have Swish in Sweden, of course. And that's what we rely upon. I mean, like
exactly, and it comes coming back to let's talk in more practical terms. Let's take the tech talk down. Let's talk into risks. Can we live with that we cannot let any cars through the Great Belt in 24 hours? No. There was the initial question. It's also in the contingency plans. So the same questions apply. Let's have that discussion, and then we can find the solution to find out how to set it up for the tech guys to go nuts.
Go ahead.
It's a very good point that Kenneth is making. This contingency plans, because it doesn't have to be big and fancy plans. Just that we have decided what are we to do if this great service that we're using or providing doesn't work. What are we to do? If you're doing critical infrastructure, as for instance the bridges, it's a good practice to say, okay, then we are going to provide our service even though we are not getting paid. Then we'll have to bear the financial loss, but at least society will still be functioning, and that is the way it should be. But if you haven't made those plans, then you're putting a lot of stress on the employees sitting in the toll booth, and what are they to do?
I mean, the employee in the toll booth probably wasn't enabled or kind of just lift the barrier, just wave people through it, because they're like, oh shit, like we're not gonna make any money, like what do we do?
So one of the things you could do as a contingency is, dear employee, whoever you are, in the booth, if there's something in case of an event that we haven't discussed, we don't have a contingency plan, do what you think is the right thing to do, and we'll back you up.
And that goes back to a trust society, trust kind of thing, which we were talking about a little bit earlier. Well, we have one more question from the audience. Please go ahead.
It was a very good discussion and podcast, and get to know how it is from the industry itself. I come from AI background, so my question is on that itself. So I want to know that with AI and all your engineers starting to use AI, whether you say or not, in their personal level as well, how do you see that the importance of cybersecurity is accelerating? That's one question. And the second one is that if I was to be you, what should I do to get this momentum in awareness about cybersecurity? Because everybody is talking about GDPR, which is 7-year-old policy now. We are looking for AI Act, which is to be released this or the next year. So what is it that companies have to do to accelerate this effort?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the first thing they have to realize is the point that you made. Your engineers, they're using AI. Maybe you know they are doing and you encourage them to, or you don't know that they are doing it and they still do. So that is one thing you as a vendor need to make clear to yourself is AI is here to stay, and it's used no matter if you want to or not. So be aware of shadow AI. Shadow AI is going to be what we in the security industry is going to spend the next, I don't know how many years, trying to get a hold on. Now we spent maybe 10 years getting a hold or not getting a hold of shadow IT, which could be, for instance, building automation systems. Now we also have shadow AI. I think we need. How do we get going? We also have to use AI to discover vulnerabilities, to help this risk-informed process, to support decision making. That's very important. And then we need to look at the AI security frameworks that are coming out, both the AI Act, but also how do we secure against bias? How do we make sure that the training data are proper, etc.? That's going to be very important.
And where do you use AI the best? I mean, it's not suited for every place. So again, it's coming back to your risk mitigation. What is your appetite for it? Using the hospitality analogy, I'm pretty sure AI is not coming into the surgery rooms, but it could definitely be used to predictive maintenance in the building for AI. But again, what is your appetite and how do you narrow it down? And definitely security and AI. It's a new branch that we can add to IET, OT, cloud, all these things, and now we also have to cope with AI. But that there.
Will AI, because AI has actually. Yeah. So I think with the AI, of course, people will start using it. But how do you actually encourage them to use it while also kind of put these guardrails? So with AI moving this fast, do you see that AEC will also accelerate or has to accelerate the cybersecurity, and if there have to be more efforts put through it, or are there any efforts already?
Many efforts put into both AI security, but also using AI to scale security. WithSecure, which is the company I come from, we use AI both in building new products, but also in enabling scaling. How can we make the business more profitable? How can we empower our users and our employees in building better products, detecting security incidents faster and in new ways? So yeah. But to be honest, it's going to be a number of years where I suspect that security is going to be lacking behind the AI use. So very much like we saw with smart buildings, started smartening up the buildings before we started securing the buildings from a cyber perspective, and it's going to be the same here. It's definitely is. But I hope that we are more aware and better prepared now than we were when the smart buildings concept was introduced a number of years ago.
But I think it's the same. I mean, you also said it the best. I think we are already behind with the cybersecurity or part of the AI again. So the history just tend to repeat itself. But I think it starts small because I think it's difficult to get the cybersecurity aligned with the pace of the AI. It's a lot more. Focus on developing AI than securing it. But for our customers as well, we embrace the AI and we use it for and aiming to use it for predictive maintenance and find the use cases, narrowing it down to small use cases and then start protecting those because it's just a big area and the pace of the AI is it's insane. I mean, every month there's new models and a new way of working. Securing all that, so I think. Confinement, risk mitigation, and finding the cases for AI. Again, take it in small paces, so we can stay ahead with the security part of it again, so we don't get caught behind.
I mean, the cat is out of the bag, right? I mean, like people are going to use AI. Some people won't. I mean, but I mean, like in the construction space. And in the construction IT space, we've got, like I said, engineers trying to solve problems. They're logical thinkers. If they see a way that they can be more productive and accelerate their work, they're going to try and do it. I mean, like they're not going to not try. You can't say don't use AI. That's not a solution. Anecdotally, for the company that I work for at RIB, we learned that corporate IT, were going to release this AI document, and quite typical. Everyone's a bit always negative about IT departments, and I apologise. Oh no, it's going to be some big monster 20-30 page document. I'm not going to do anything. It's going to be rubbish. And actually, in fairness, Stefan, if you're watching, okay, yeah, being nice to you. It was actually quite fantastic. It's like, you're in these departments, go and use this. Don't use this. If you want to use something that's not in the approved list, here's the person you need to speak to, so we can run some tests, see if it's safe to use, how can you use it, and what can you use it for. So we kind of like columnized groups or kind of data types, and actually very well received, and kind of that kind of like, okay, I am allowed to go and be curious. I'm allowed to go and think about how I can solve problems. Here's some basic safeguards in black and white, very simple to use. Here's the consequences if I don't follow those, right? Like my responsibility, my accountability as an employee. And I think, I thought it was a very good way to go about it, because you're not, it's like, telling a child, no, you can't go and have a cookie from the cookie tin, and you walk out the kitchen and you find them trying to climb up and have a like you have to move part of the way. I mean, that seems to me like the sensible kind of road with everything, right? I mean, like it's
definitely, and we can only encourage to use AI as long as we also can align on the way we're using it, and it's good points in saying, okay, where can we use it in a secure way? And then we have all the testing, what has been released, having the discussion instead of leaving the IT department behind again for them to close the gap. You also talked about segmentation earlier. There is technical solutions that can adopt of this as long as we have the discussion on how to approach it, because AI is definitely here to stay. So we just need to find the pace to align it, so we don't suddenly stand in a security situation with incidents that we have to cope around because people just went rogue and
I think it's a good way that your IT department went about it. I did a training program, education program, CISO masterclass a few years back, and one of our teachers, a very seasoned CISO at a large organization, said, You have to remember, as a security manager, you only have a 6-shooter, a no 6-shooter. At most, it has 6 no's, and it probably doesn't even have 6. So choose your no's wisely.
Yeah, very good.
Because if you use them too often, people are either going around you or over you, or kick you out of the company. So make sure that you say yes and give guidance on what can we, how can we do it in a proper fashion? How do we go about doing it the way we want to do it, so we can be secure and still get stuff done?
Also sounds like a very good parenting technique. I wasn't expecting to get parenting advice during a podcast about cybersecurity.
I'm sure that if you ask my children, they would say that it's possible that our father is doing that at his work, but that's not how it does at home.
It is at home. It's
but I don't assume you have a limitation of nodes at home, or how many shooters do you have?
At least I shoot the no often, but to the point, it seems like they don't work as well.
They don't
anymore,
hit the
target as they did at the.
All right. Well, look, to round up, because we are over time by about 10 minutes. Just final thoughts, final bits of advice to the listeners and the watchers, starting with you. Kind of, what should people really think about on Monday going into the office?
But definitely the risk assessment and starting to say what is it that we need, and then address this to your supplier, your IT department, or whoever is the recipient of this. Start talking in more plain terms. What is it that we need for them to come up with the solution? Because then they shouldn't be the one taking care of all the certifications and all these buzzwords that we have been flinging around for the last hour. Just tell them what you need. I think we are in a situation with cybersecurity and IT and the maturity in this, where people in the cybersecurity divisions and the IT department can actually translate this into actual needs. So having the discussion instead of just doing, then they have to close the gap. I think risk assessments, the discussion, and the non-tech talk is where you see the most benefit.
If you are a manager, like you said, if I'm the CEO, if you are the CEO, then you should communicate your risk appetite and your intentions, what is important to the company. If you are developing IT tech for the building industry, then you should look into Stride. And if you are in the IT department, the technical guys, one of the technical guys, authentication, segmentation, patching, make sure that you have visibility into the vulnerabilities you have in your environment, and you might as well get cracking on that. It's not that I disagree in any way with Kenneth's statement, but it depends on the level you're working at.
Well, gentlemen, look, thank you very much. We went over time, and I kind of felt we could have just kept going. It is an extremely broad but extremely important subject, so hopefully you've brought some insight into the listeners. So thank you for spending your Saturday afternoon with us, and I'm sure we'll continue over a beer over the next kind of maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours until they kick us out. Thank you to the audience for your questions, and thank you everybody for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure.